No, 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 no! Ah!
Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS-80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
This is CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer. It's time to drop your socks, grab your real-time clocks, and let's rock.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Welcome to CoCoTALK, episode 287. A live report from Retro SC show in Brazil with Erico.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Hello, everybody. One of these days I'll get the setup correct.
Not today.
Okay, they did not hear the echo, so that's good.
I think it was echo coming through Zoom. And that's actually why I got to take the headset off, because it just confuses the heck out of my head. Let's see. Oh, we need the
Erico
panel intro.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Erico. We'll just go through the panel quick, and then we'll go on to Erico. We'll be giving us a live preview shot for a more extensive view of the retro show in Brazil later.
Okay. Let's see. First up, Patrick Euland.
Used without headphones. It's me.
Okay. Marco.
Yo, present. Accounted for.
L. Curtis Boyle.
Hello and welcome, everyone.
And the other Canadian, Ken Waters.
That's me.
And Tim.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the show. I'm Tim.
Okay. Next up, Ron Delvaux. And yours truly, Mark B. Next over, Alan in Paradise, Exile in Paradise.
Howdy.
And next row, Coco Man.
Panelists may be larger than they appear on your screen.
He's all set with his Dr. Pepper. And Brian Weasler. Got anything to show us today?
I might have an item or two.
Okay. David Ladd.
Why, hello, everyone. I hope you're ready for today's episode. I am. Let's move on with the rest of the train ride.
Okay. Last but not least, Nick Marentes.
I'm not worthy. No,
you're not.
Okay. And then we have our special guest, Eric Monteiro.
Getting a lot of wind noise from you there, Erico, just so you know.
It's a windy day in Brazil.
Very much.
Nice, bright and sunny, though.
Yes, pretty much.
So just so people know, Erico is attending the retro show in Brazil, and he'll give some details on that. He's going to give us a quick runaround to show us the crowds. It's actually quite busy. And they'll be back on in about an hour, which is roughly their lunchtime, so hopefully it'll be a bit quieter so we can hear them. Go ahead, Erico.
All right. So we're here in Brazil at the 10th Retro SC. I get you some of the crowd. This is the outside part of the place where the event's taking place, right? And let's go check it out. I hope you guys are all David Ladd excited.
Nobody can be that excited.
Oh, we're excited.
Oh, don't worry, Erico. You got to have some excitement in your life.
I'm sporting
For
a double
sure.
David right now.
Oh,
Erico,
my.
what time is it?
It's about 2 o'clock now.
Oh, okay.
All right,
Easter.
here we go. It's
So lunch is
very
3?
crowded, but
Almost looks like Frank there we just passed by.
2 o'clock. So that's Florida time +1.
Yeah.
some Odyssey, some MSX.
Odyssey consoles.
Souvenirs. Here we got magazines, right?
Yeah,
Those
and
over
tapes,
there
it
are
looks like.
Brazilian magazines. Let me get a closer picture of them.
You're on one of those magazines, aren't you, Erico?
Yep, and I've just purchased a few others.
All right.
I was at this one here. Here's the author.
Do you have a lot of ladies at the show?
Ron goes where the important matters
All
are.
right,
You
let's
bet.
go check the machines, general machines all around.
We want a gender breakdown.
Very crowded.
Yeah, I can see that. That's a really good attendance.
There's some youngsters there.
I know in the pre-show, Eric was mentioning they're going to have to find a bigger venue next year because it's pretty well standing
For
room
sure.
only at this point.
Hey, what is this?
That looks familiar.
Hey, it's Erico's game. Awesome.
Right by the side of Neo Geo. That's pretty awesome. Odyssey stuff.
I think your fighter game will be better than that, Erico.
I hope so. This is a pretty nice monitor. This set of monitors here.
Looks like production monitor or TV studio monitors. Those are awesome.
Yeah.
Yes. And this one's a pretty big one.
With an Odyssey 2 plugged into it.
Looked like a flat screen tube. Amazing.
Go on. Here's Amiga.
And a mini.
Mini
Here's
Amiga.
Pendants.
Whose devil horns was that?
Mine. More like heavy metal stuff. Music. No devil.
He's a fan of Banjo the Floppy Clown.
PlayStation.
Lots of people. Some more machines here. Odysseys.
Some anime
copies of
Very
cables.
ancient.
Ooh.
This is an ancient one. Telejogo. I remember playing this one when I was a kid here. I think it was one of the first video games I ever played.
Is that kind of a Pong type thing, or?
Yep. It's one of
Yep.
those old Pong games. I don't know how they're called outside of Brazil.
The burger looks good.
Yep, there's your lunch.
Do you guys have any
Subtonex.
Vectrex there?
Sinclair.
Right? You guys know this machine, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Ron,
and
we'll
the-
see it when we see it.
and the calculator too.
Well,
Apple
some
II.
people seem to enjoy apples, so here's one for you.
Oh,
That's not
Unitron.
an apple.
It's a fake one. It's a
Oh,
unit.
it's an excellent
Unicron.
copy though. Unitron. They also
Yeah.
made Macintosh clones too.
Did they fix
monitor is
anything in their
very good.
apple?
Nah, they just copied them directly.
Mm. I was
Then I
talking
have
yesterday
Brazilian
to somebody about how
MSX.
Franklin fixed some stuff in apples.
This is a pretty neat one. I don't know what are they called outside of Brazil.
Is that a Specky clone?
Lots of people here, and here's where Luciano Chef stuff is. So you're gonna take a quick look at the
There we
color
go.
clones here.
CoCo.
This is a Brazilian one, the MSX 1600. It's very weird because its cartridge is different, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Not just a different location, but different slot size and shape.
And here you have like a pause, reset, and the joystick the joystick ports are Atari compatible ones, not the CoCo ones.
Digital, not analog. Yeah.
Here's another one.
Look at that. TDP.
That's an import.
TDP 100.
Yeah.
Right.
So nobody commercially imported those. Those were always user import.
I'm failing to. You gotta speak louder. The noise here is very loud.
Yeah,
on the
I probably can't hear us
TDP,
too well.
on the TDP, did a company import them or was it a personal import?
I'm not sure. There's some descriptions here, but I'll probably have to ask Luciano about it.
Brazil had very, very high tariffs on things, so usually they didn't import anything unless they were importing one to clone it. So
And you have this ancient color computer made of wood.
Yeah, the only other one I've seen like that would be Frank Swiggert's.
That is a nice looking case.
There's an interesting story behind that one. Oh, here's CoCo 2, as you guys know.
Could we
There's
see
a
the
CoCo
badge
3.
closer?
What?
On the CoCo 2, could we see a close-up of the badge?
There is Micedo there, but I truly don't know what that is.
Neat.
I have to check this sign here.
I'll translate it later.
It was built and commercialized by Montex Invegrad in ancient Republic of Yugoslavia. It's this seems to be Yugoslavia.
Oh wow, all the way from Europe.
So it's an Eastern Bloc clone.
Is that
Yeah.
a Motorola logo in the middle?
No,
don't
no,
think
definitely
so.
not.
There's
Love
some
to know
text here.
Love to know if that had a different ROM.
So it's kind of like they took CoCo 2 and just rebadged it.
Yeah.
It looks.
And then here you have the board of a Varic VC50, the third national clone. Fortunately, we don't have the case. Oh, you know this game, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Z89 or Z89, depending where you're from.
Here is a CoCo tree with that beautiful keyboard done by whom?
Ed Snyder?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you say that was a clone?
Which one?
Go back
This?
to the Z80. Yeah, that one there. What's that of?
Yes, this is a Varic 50. It's the third clone, right? The third clone they made in Brazil.
A CoCo 3 clone?
This one is a bit rare. I've never seen it.
No,
I think it's a
like
CoCo 1
2
clone.
or CoCo 2.
Yes,
Yeah.
all
So what's
clones here are CoCo ones.
No,
So
no
what's
gimme
running
in that one.
Z89?
Then you have the Kodimax.
That's a CoCo 3
here.
in front of it, Nick.
Ah,
the
in front
Kodimax.
of it. Right, okay.
Yes, this Kodimax has superb keys. Superb.
Definitely.
Amazing. And then you have the Color 64, which I kind of enjoy the gray, the color of the case, two black beauties.
Aluminum.
And here's the CP402, which is the one I owned back when I was a kid. And here are those marvelous joysticks, right? They're pretty interesting.
With the port and starboard sticks.
Not
And,
referred to as gray
I used to
beauty.
own exactly these player to load my tapes. The very same model. Here is Dragonfire running.
Is that a Panasonic National?
And then you have the first CP400, right? With that chiclet key or something like that. And this piece here is rare. It's the Brazilian disk drive. It's very hard to find.
Are those 5 1/4s, I presume, or?
Yeah. And then we have this, Luciano brought this robot arm here, which is attached to the color computer. We are gonna play around with it later today when the event gets less crowded, right? This is information about the disk unit. That's the Prologica sign, logo. Same on the CoCo. Sorry, same on the CP400. Take a look. Let's take a look. Yeah.
That only has one drive in it, huh?
Yes, and this is the There's that robot too there, but I'm gonna have to talk to Luciano what that how does that connect. But everything that is on these tables here connect to the CoCo. Right? These are just a part of his collection. Pretty good stuff.
Yeah, there's a few there I've never seen before. A few bits like that disk drive I've never seen.
That
So
gray
let's see
color
if,
doesn't have a spot in the side.
Let's see if later up, when stuff is less crowded, we can gather the color computer friends here, so we can try to do a little interview here on this corner. Here are some more ancient computers. Sinclair.
Sort of Sinclair clones, I presume.
Yes, this Brazilian one here was the very first computer I ever saw. Right, a friend of mine, a friend's father had this computer, and it's because of this that I got the CP400. This gets very warm, I recall. Very. So you have some ZX Spectrum clones from Brazil.
An Amiga clone. Or is that, no, it's an actual Amiga, I guess.
Yeah. It's an Amiga 600. Right, but these are from the same company that did the CP400.
Oh, so they did clones of the Model 3 as well. I didn't know that.
Wow.
Yeah, they made clones of. I think Prologica even did clones of ZX, but I'm not sure. This is the more common ones here. The more common ZX clones.
Like the 1500, wasn't it?
There's another clone here.
There's the Mac clone that Mark was talking about.
Yeah,
Look
that's
at
the
that
Unicron. Yep. They literally copied the ROMs directly.
Okay. And this is pretty much the computer part. There's some toys and people are having
I see Mario's having it off.
That's probably going to be a Street Fighter 2.
It's me, a Brazilian Mario.
There's a lot of video game stuff, right? Because it's the main theme of the event.
Yeah, it's more of a retro gaming convention rather than just a retro computer, or is it about half and half?
And we are the ones bringing more of the 8-bit computers into the show. Here you got
it's all good.
Video games for sale.
2600.
There's Master System over there, which is pretty cool. Another telejogo. And when I was young, I wanted this Nintendo clone really bad. Phantom System. And I guess that's pretty much it.
Amazing show.
Very crowded.
Yeah, well attended. A lot of stuff there. That's cool, and a good variety of participants. I mean, I've seen kids, I've seen women, I've seen older guys, younger guys.
Yes, there's a lot of people, all kinds of ages.
What town is this in?
It's just don't bother the shaking camera. It's very difficult to maneuver through everyone.
Ron was wondering what city is this in Brazil?
This is Florianópolis, the capital of state of Santa Catarina. It's located in the south part of Brazil. And it's an island. We are in a tropical island. That's a privilege. Okay. Let me switch the camera here. Back to my face. All right, we will wait for it to get a little bit less crowded. And I'll probably pop in back in say 1 hour from now? 1 hour, 15 minutes, something like that.
Okay. Yeah, whenever you figure it's a good time when the crowd dies down enough over lunch that you can think we can be heard properly.
I believe in probably about half an hour. An hour from between 1 hour and 1 hour and a half.
Okay. We'll look forward to seeing you then, and we'll try to get some of the other boring parts of the show out of the way in the meantime.
All right, I will work out with my friends from the color computer over there. And Danielle's around here too. You guys probably know Danielle from some of his fixing color computer posts, and he finds rare clones too. So within this 1 hour and a half, more or less, we will be back. We'll try to set a little corner over there, close to the color computer clones. And we'll see if we can have a little more, a little bit of interview, a little bit more calm conversation over there. And see if we can run some of these games there too.
Cool.
Yeah,
Looking forward to it.
And maybe check some of the ROMs, for no reason.
Check what? Sorry?
Do a checksum on some of the ROMs in those CoCo clones to see if they've made any changes.
Oh, yes. Those guys are pretty much aware of changes. If there has been any, they probably dumped it already.
Ooh, I am so out of the loop.
All right, so I'll be popping back in an hour and a half, more or less, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
All right, let's see if we can have this going on then.
Yeah.
Yes.
See you guys later.
Bye.
All right. Okay. Do you want to go into the commercial break and game on, or project updates?
We have a few project updates. I don't think there's a ton of them. How about we get those, then a commercial break, then the game on?
Okay. So.
And acquisitions, I guess, because Brian's here.
Sure.
That's the whole show.
Not that one. How about this one? Okay, here we go.
It was a slow week for Brian. He only had one semi truck full this time.
Press the right button, Frank.
Yep, got to push the right button. Let's see. Alan, I believe you had something.
Yep, I got my CoCo 3 FPGA set up, and thanks to Dave Phillipson and his awesome help. And then I got the urge to get Nitrous 9 ease of use running on it. And that was a little bit of a fight because Nitrous 9 ease of use is not set up for this particular platform by default. And I don't know all that much Nitrous 9 anyway, so it was the ignorant leading the clueless trying to figure that out. But I win. I succeeded. I got everything running. And so I've got the Sierra Christmas demo up going right now, and at normal speed or full speed. So running Nitrous 9 ease of use on the equivalent of a 25 megahertz CoCo 6809. Really, really nice.
So what hard drive interface does the CoCo 3 FPGA have?
The hard drive interface is it's using the RB Super driver and the low-level CoCo 3 FPGA driver.
Oh, it has a custom interface.
It does. So it's got an SD card slot in the side like the CoCo SDC, but you communicate with it differently using SPI protocol. And so there was a different driver needed for that.
Cool.
And that was the pieces that I had to take out of the FPGA version of Nitrous 9 and get it boot and kind of figure out how to jam into ease of use and take out the CoCo SDC piece. So I've been posting a little bit of the details on the Discord. You can also hit me up if you're trying to do something like this, and I can tell you what worked for me. I'm hoping to get some more feedback from the CoCo 3 FPGA group about all kinds of other cool and useful stuff. But I love how fast everything's going. It's just like, a rocket engine fireplace, and the clock is going back and forth so fast.
I can just imagine how fast Fractals would play, because Fractals on a Gimme X runs pretty darn fast. That's only 3 megahertz.
Yeah, and I started I started that up a little bit last night, and wow, okay, yeah, I gotta work on that a bit because it's way too fast for me to deal with.
Are you going to wind up putting that in a CoCo case of some kind?
I think so. I'm going to make a template of the base where the standoffs are and start trying to figure out a way to get a nice PS2 keyboard and some sort of case to hold it all together.
Now, does that warm up pretty good, or does it need a fan?
I
or
don't
anything?
know yet because it's got a little panel over it, and I haven't taken that off to check. So it might, but if it does, I'll put a fan near it anyway. Put a fan in the case.
Now, Alan, would it be something like, I know, like Bill and I, basically, we only release versions of EOU for hardware we actually have, we can test on. So he can do the Matchbox version, of course. I'm doing the Gimme X version, etc. And I know Mikey has been doing one for X4, I think, because it uses the IDE controller by default instead of the MU disk thing. Would you be interested in releasing versions for the Matchbox, or not the Matchbox, the CoCo 3 FPGA?
Yeah, I can put together what I got working, and that's what I was hoping to, when 1.0 becomes available, I definitely want to do the exact same thing and put 1.0 on there as well. So the point for me was to have both the official Nitros 9 V33 and ease of use able to run on the same machine at the same. So I've got a stick I can boot either one with.
Okay. Yeah, I did actually finally get some work done on version 1 of EOU here, actually just yesterday. So it's starting to progress. I've actually got the boot files made now with all the change modules. Now it's all the software installs and docs and stuff here. So maybe I'll fire you a version of it a bit early for you to fiddle with.
Cool.
Hey, Alan, Mikey says to contact him.
Okay.
So, Alan, on that FPGA 3, do you have the analog board as well?
I don't. And either I'll have to get one made, or if I can find one at some point, I plan to get one. But the plans and everything are out there, so that at the worst, I can try to have one fabricated.
What's an analog board do?
It adds joystick ports, real-time clock, of course. And there's a couple of few other
interface too?
serial stuff. There, it's all the rest of the stuff you want to for.
Does it have the cassette interface?
I don't know. I haven't looked at that.
Okay.
Kind of reminds me of the MM1's IO board, which adds a ton of ports and stuff too.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. But all the information about the analog board is up on Zipster Zone, including the plans and things. So
cool. Well, I'm glad you got it working. It sounds like there's one or two modules that you couldn't get working. I think it's the same ones Mikey had problems with, if I remember. Kern P2 or something.
I'm going to keep messing with it. But the one that I had the biggest fight with, I think, was Cisco, which starts up the whole system after the kernel is booted. So the new Cisco has a check in it where it tries to go and detects CoCo SDC or not. And that hangs up because of the port is shared with a port that's already on the CoCo 3 FPGA. So it's waiting for a response to a CoCo SDC probe that never comes. So it just sits there. But I went into the Cisco, the source code is in EOU. I commented out 2 lines, rebuilt it, put the new Cisco on there, and ran into an error that I don't think even Curtis had seen before because it sounded kind of confusing when I described it. Basically, it would hang up with an exclamation point at boot and no asterisk or anything. But it turned out that was just it wanted to execute permissions. So there's a bit of little fiddly stuff to do. But I mean, if you're putting your own OS 9 boots together and in stuff anyway, then you're already kind of used to doing that. So it wasn't actually that bad.
Maybe Curtis can add a timeout to that SDC probe.
Or Bill.
Yeah, Bill's the one in charge of Cisco, so that'd be a maybe for him. And Mikey's saying that we discussed this a few years ago. I do faintly remember this. And he said there's a patch on GitHub. I'm assuming he's talking about the Kern P2 thing. Not sure.
Because that was the last thing that I had to figure out was there is a slight difference between Kern P2 on the FPGA card that came with it and Kern P2 and EOU, where everything worked. But once I went into G Shell, the top menu bar was gone. So there was no file, no Tandy menu, none of that. But you could open up all the disks, you could start things and run them. It was just G Shell didn't work. And then later I found when I did an MDIR, it came back with O question mark for the name of all the modules. I'm like, well, that's definitely something going wrong there. So I moved back one version of the Kern P2, and then both G Shell and the MDIR started working together. I haven't seen it do anything else weird today that I've been playing with it. So I love how fast that scroll's going. Keep reading.
So Alan and Tim, since Tim, you asked the question. So the analog board is got the, as Alan stated, the RTC serial port, the ESP8266-01, and
that's a
two
wireless controller for a Wi-Fi network.
Yep, and 2 joystick ports, and of course, 4 megabyte of RAM.
Oh,
so, but that's it. No cassette, none of the other stuff.
Yeah, very well addition to any CoCo 3 FPGA out there.
Is this the one Roger Taylor does?
No, it's similar. The cores that Roger does, the real CoCo core, those are primarily used on the Matchbox CoCo and the
Mister.
The Mister. And I have those cores. I was one of the patrons of Roger's, and I do plan on trying them at some point on the DE1 and seeing what I can come up with. But the core that comes with it is Core 09, and it works really well. There are known cycle timing problems and other stuff with it, but there's only a handful of things that you run into issues with. So, it's an open source core that's out there that works, and hopefully I can figure out how to get the even more tuned up core going as well. That's part of the fun.
Gary Becker is the progenitor of this particular project.
The mighty Gary, who you probably heard of things like Gimme X and Becker ports.
Becker port.
Yeah.
Becker port
kind
was
of done
his
a
son.
thing or two.
What was that, Tim?
The Becker port was Gary's son.
Oh, okay.
I think.
So that's my update.
We love them all.
Yeah, that's a wonderful project.
Oh man, I'm loving this thing.
Yeah, if you can document the differences between the CoCo 3 FPGA OS 9 or Nitrous 9, then hopefully Boise and Bill can more easily support it. And then it just becomes a module transfer, like a little build script to fix everything up.
It basically is already. So
cool.
it was not, it was nitpicky just to get the right set of things, but it was not hard. It was just more tedious than anything, going through both OS 9 boots and doing some trial and error of picking this module from this one and this module from that one, building a merged one and trying it. So I have something, the sauce written out. I just got to type it in and put it up there for folks.
So,
cool. But yeah, if you can make a distribution too, because there's still a fair number of people that have CoCo 3 FPGAs. So if you just had one of you, I'm talking about just to put up for upload.
Yeah, can do that.
One of the tidbits I have for people, this does come as VGA, but there are VGA to HDMI adapters that work really well on it that I've got plugged into mine right here. So
yeah, this is VGA right to a regular TV monitor that had a VGA port. So it's using a built-in upscaler. And the CoCo 3 FPGA there's some notes in the docs about how it does scan lines and processing itself to try to make that look. And there's occasionally I can see with the upscaler there's a little blurriness on some of the font stuff, but even at the higher res, it looks pretty good even on this one. So the VGA output is really nice on it.
Yeah, it looks like an awesome project. I would love to have 25 megahertz. That'd be awesome too. The only disappointing I can see here is that it's too early for Christmas stuff. Sorry.
Yeah, I didn't have a good Halloween demo that ran super fast to show off, or I would have done that, or Thanksgiving. So it was kind of can you show that right now? Oh, okay. there's one that I'd already seen, so I knew it was gonna, like Santa Claus flying across the thing and diving into the chimney. It always amuses me.
Oh, I should ask one other question. The CoCo 3 FPGA that currently only emulates the 6809, not the 609, correct?
Correct. This is the 6809 version of EOU. And remind me later that I did spot some differences in the content between the drives that I don't know if that it's just the 6809 has some stuff I didn't see on the 6309 and vice versa. But anyway.
Well, it's kind of a hodgepodge of stuff in works in progress. And I've been, depending on what I had booted at the time I was doing something, it might be.
I noticed some things and I can send you a list and we can boot, that'll be one of those little sweep up things before the next release, maybe.
Yeah. But there's a lot of work in progress stuff, and it just depends on what I had booted at the time that I was checking into something. I'd save some changes there. So I eventually amalgamate them all and then, make the same changes on both. But it's too much work for me to reboot every time I remember that I should be doing this all in one drive image. Sometimes I'm on my Gimme X, sometimes I'm on the regular CoCo, sometimes an emulator.
So is the EOU hard drive image on a server on a PC or
actually I wrote it straight to the SD card, so it's booting RBF file system right there.
All right.
Because this particular CoCo 3 FPGA, Dave set it up with Brett Gordon's CoCo Boot, which is a pretty slick little piece of, it supports things like partitioning on the SD cards and stuff like that. And it kind of acts like YA DOS. It sits in one of the slots. And when it boots up, it lets you choose between an alternate boot file and supports multiple partitions on the SD card. So that made it super easy because of the SD boot that was already there. And the CoCo Boot project has all kinds of updated source and stuff out there. That's one of the things that I now have a real good reason to go get more into and learn a lot more about.
Alan, DOS is another Brett Gordon project too, so that makes sense.
Alan, when you get a chance, can you post pictures of what that thing looks like on the Facebook group?
Sure.
We need to see.
Okay, will do.
Good.
Cool. Who else has project updates and or acquisitions?
I think Brian. You ready?
Yeah. There's the rest of the show.
No, just a couple things, that's all. There we are. First thing I'd like to show here is a t-shirt that I got from Tim there with his sibling rivalry.
Black Beauty.
With his sibling
black
rivalry
t-shirt
channel.
too.
Yeah. So it's one of
they're all black.
Okay. Yep. So your sister did the artwork, right?
Yeah, AJ drew that Black Beauty. We printed up t-shirts. They're for sale. They're going to be on our Etsy store pretty soon.
Yep. You couldn't make the red button?
But she's got the 5 pins on the connector.
Yeah. Yep. Ron, I'll get the Sharpie out just for you if you order one.
Oh.
And then
laugh at you.
Another t-shirt that came in this week too that I ordered was this dragon t-shirt.
Oh, that's where the red went.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
So
just wear both shirts, cut a hole on the joystick one so that the red of the dragon logo shows through with the button.
There you go.
Ron.
There we go. And then let me switch cameras here and I'll show 2 more things and we'll be done. Let's see here, a little video and boom. There we are.
Oh.
So everybody recognizes our little friend here. So this one here was really kind of nice though. Yeah, it was kind of nice. It was sometimes they don't always come in the boxes out there. So this one was really nice. It had all the manuals, the cassette cable. Even kind of had this, I'm not sure if Radio Shack actually made a dust cover for it, but this was kind of like a little generic dust cover that someone had that came with it.
I think it's wrapped with that.
If Radio Shack had made it, they would put the logo on it.
The logo? Okay, that would make sense. Oops. Come on out here. There we are.
Look at that.
So There we are. Has a had that melty action that goes on with the where the cord gets on there.
Yeah, vinyl with PVC it can solidify together.
But this one's nice and clean. I have another one that's in good shape that I actually have Ed Snyder's composite card installed. This one here I picked up because I think AC is going to be working on his digital video card. He's going to work on a version. I think that'll work with the MC10. So I'm kind of hoping to do that with this one. So,
that'd be the CoCo DV.
The CoCo DV. There you go.
The micro CoCo DV.
Kind of like the micro CoCo VGA.
There we go. Yes, they do. Yep. And one more thing here.
Oh, Ron had a question.
What
Yes,
was cut up paper in the bottom?
Cut out paper in the bottom?
Cut up paper in the bottom.
Is that an original receipt or something?
No, let's see here. What is this here? Handle your floppy with TLC. It looks like just maybe an article that someone had there for
a CoCo or
for I don't know if it's for CoCo. I think it's just floppy disk or something like that.
Yeah, because I think somebody had made a floppy drive interface for the MC10, but it's exceedingly rare. I've never seen it in person.
Wow, yeah, I didn't even know they even had something like that. Would that go into the expansion slot on the back?
I think it did. I'm trying to remember. It was some custom hardware hack done probably about the mid 2000s or something.
And we'll see it next week from Brian.
Yeah,
right. He's already got it on order. He's just waiting for the truck.
Brian's already posted to ask and see if anyone has one for sale.
And then the next item here, and I personally want to thank Ron Delvaux. Him and I chatted back and forth for a week or so about some different things, and him and I came to an agreement, and he set me up with a numberjack.
Wow. Oh, cool. Do you have the cable to connect it to the CoCo? So we
Nope, that's what I'm working on. Yep, there was no cables that came with it, but as Ron pointed out when he was showing it, it has the 16-pin header on the side there. And Rick Ulan was commenting when Ron showed this that, of course, the CoCo Mylar has 16 lines as well. So the assumption is, and I'm gonna pin it out though, that it would probably use the same matrix, meaning you press the number 8, you'd be like pressing the 8 on the CoCo. And
then you just kind of merge the two plugs together and plug it into the Mylar connector.
Exactly. Yep. So I'm looking to make. Been talking to Rick a little bit about some ideas and stuff. So I'm looking to try to maybe make or put together something where you would unplug the Mylar from the CoCo's board, plug this card in, and then you'd plug the Mylar into it, and then a ribbon cable. If you look on the ad that you see like in Rainbow and stuff, it does show a ribbon cable coming out of the side of this. So I'm assuming that somehow the ribbon cable would make its way into the case, and then so basically some sort of like a Y adapter.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of figuring.
Fingerboard's on the way.
I'm sorry,
what was that, Rick?
I was telling Brian his fingerboards are on the way to make up his cable with.
Okay. Are you far away from your mic, Rick? Because you sound really quiet.
Oh, that might be a problem. Does this help at all?
I can hear.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay.
So, yep. So, Rick was sending me something there, so I'm gonna look at that and see what.
And Brian,
Yes.
my CoCo 3 that I traded you for did come in the mail today.
Your CoCo 3. Wait a minute. Did I send you the wrong box?
Yeah.
I sent you the.
You might have.
You're rich now, Ron.
Just kidding.
So, yep. So, yeah, no, I was very excited about this. So, when I get a cable made, I'll show it in action.
We need to see it working.
Yep.
Yeah, I want to see that too.
We need
For
that
me, it was a bit of a
high-speed-
lost opportunity. This could have had A through F for a hex numeric keypad. That would have been perfect.
Right.
That
Okay.
high-speed 10-key action from Brian Weisler.
Yes, there we go. Ace accountant. So I'm trying to
He's
figure out
calculating all the shipping charges for all the stuff he's ordering. That's what he uses that for.
what would be the most appropriate program to demo this with? Do you guys think there? So
Dynacalc.
Dynacalc, there we go.
Yeah, VIP Calc, Dynacalc, Spectaculator.
Spectaculator, there we go.
Spectaculator.
Numbers and arrows. Where you go?
Yep.
Doing some coding, right?
There we go. So yeah, because it has the clear key on it. You got shift and enter. And then you got the numbers, plus you got some of the percent signs there. So you'd have like shift dollar, shift percent, shift amper. So, and then it does have the keys on it though. That'd be kind of hard to play a game right here. You got left.
If you can use both keyboards simultaneously, it would be actually pretty good because then it would, solve, say, the CoCo 3's keyboard layout.
Yeah, there you go. So, yep.
Then later you can modify it to have the num lock come on.
There we go.
A light.
So, yep, there we go. That's all I got to share this week, guys.
Cool. And I think somebody else had something to show off too. Was it Rick? Was it you that had some updates?
Yeah, I had a couple of realizations this week. So here is
just real quick. Fred Pravach is saying that keypad can be used for entering data statements to poke in an ML
I suppose,
program.
right? It's got the comma, so just number.
Yeah, for decimal based data statements. Yeah, I just wish it had A through F on it for the hex. That would have been perfect. I probably would have bought one actually back when I saw it at Rainbow Fest.
So
I guess.
Okay, Rick.
So my bit this week, I was working on this 4-into-2-into-1 audio amp, which reminds me why I do digital and not audio anymore. And so I figured, okay, I'll do some digital stuff. Well, then I was trying to make a little SR latch, simplest thing in the world. It wasn't working. I had to mock it up on a breadboard to figure out, oh yeah, the pin numbers on an IC go down one side and up the other. So my SR latch is actually an RS latch because I didn't think about that. So that's why that didn't work 4 hours later. It's fixed. And while I was doing all this stupidness.
No blue smoke though?
No blue smoke. It just, an SR latch doesn't work the same as an RS latch because there is no such thing as an RS latch. So anyway, that was stupidity on my part. And while I was doing all of that.
Well, you made one
There
now.
it is now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alert
You
the
just
Nobel
invented
Committee.
it. You better patent it quick.
Right. It doesn't work until after you've used it. It's an interesting method there. Anyway, while I was listening to all of that, I heard my 57th ad for the Linus TT, Linus Tech Tip screwdriver. And, how he had it all made and all that. And I'm looking at my Mako Fix-It drill kit, and it's black on black box, just like the LTT screwdriver. And then I open it up and notice it's got a 3-lobe handle, just like the LTT screwdriver. So I wonder where LTT got their screwdrivers from.
Is that a worthwhile screwdriver?
Well, this is an iFixit Mako kit, which has every bit in the world with very high precision and a very well done handle and everything else. But
And a small little transportable box.
It's also a 3-lobe handle, and it's also comes in a black on black box. So I think I know who makes LTT's screwdrivers.
Under 100?
Yeah, this was a $40 kit. It's got, triple O hex and tri-wing and tri-blade. And if there's a bit they don't have in here, then
like Nintendo bits and
you name it, the Apple bits, the stupid spanner bits, the tri-lobe, pin lobe, tri-wing, Phillips down to triple aught, which I didn't even know it went to triple aught.
Does it have a Robertson?
Robertson.
That's this square.
That's the Phillips that's too sharp, right? Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Hey, Rick.
Why triple O to Y triple O through Y something, and then triple O through 3 for Phillips. Yeah, there's whatever right here. Anyway.
Hey, Rick. Mark Siegel recommended you use Spice next time.
Spice?
Spice? Yeah. So you don't wind up with an RS circuit.
Oh. So anyway, that's my bit for the week. Happy with my new kit. I wish they'd sponsored my video, but I don't have a video for them to sponsor, so I guess I got to pay the $40. Still happy with the kit. So hopefully I can get my audio amps balanced, which seems to be the impossible dream. You want this one too loud or this one too loud? Or that one too loud? Take your pick.
Oh, cool. Thanks for the update. Does anybody else have any updates?
Yep. New update from Ron's Garage.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, let's see. Are we up?
Yep.
Okay. In Ron's garage this week, I've done some more anaglyph stuff, and I have glasses that came in the mail, and I've been watching 3D movies and seeing my 3D CoCo pictures, and it works using high color.
I think in the comments, did you get a chance to try the Warpfighter 3D game that Steve Bjork did, which also uses those glasses?
I did, and it works. Yep. It has a demo mode, so you don't have to play the game, which is cool. No learning curve, just let it run. Lazy ass.
I do remember the asteroids and stuff, they come at you, like come out of the screen and stuff, which is pretty cool at the time.
I also had relatives over last week, and this is Scott, my wife's stepbrother, and he was able to play a whole bunch of stuff on the CoCo. We had a Nintendo setup behind him, and he'd rather play the CoCo games, which I thought was really cool.
Oh, so he's cultured.
Yeah, and he was actually taking screenshots because he has friends he lives in Sanford, Florida, and he wanted to show the different screens that come up, like Gold Rush, and that was he was playing Run Dino Run there, and he really enjoyed it. He played Pac-Man and Zaxxon, and he really enjoyed it.
Had he played CoCo stuff before? Like, has he been to your place to do that before?
He is not. No, and the funny thing is, he really had a fun time with it because most of the time I spent with him, he was a little kid with my son John, who was they're about the same age. He's like 42, and my son's 38. But anyways, I did stuff for historical things. And then guess what? I'm published. Have you guys seen the latest Glenside newsletter, I guess it's called? I'm in there with a picture or two from my high color stuff. I thought that was good. This episode is really good. You guys got to look through it.
Yeah, I skimmed through it. I haven't had a chance to go through it in depth yet. So
a lot of interesting things. Oh, look, a Curtis Boyle goodie for Halloween.
Yeah, very first CoCo 3 graphics program I ever wrote.
Wow. And the blue has a flicker to it in the mouth and eyes and nose, and it kind of looks eerie a little bit. Yeah, it was cool.
Palette adjusting.
Yeah, just goes to the palette to kind of make a flickering equivalent of a candle inside the pumpkins.
And Wayne Aaron does a lot of commenting on my stuff, and here he's extremely excited about this one. He said it was.
He must have been really bored that day.
Yes, I think so. Yeah, and this pumpkin comes from the Rainbow magazine. I don't know which issue. I might have said in there somewhere, but anyway, yeah. If you hit a key or so, it smiles, and it's kind of interesting. Anyway, lots of Halloween stuff. That's a 128 by 96 photo there, VG6 picture of pumpkin. It looks pretty cool. And there's my brother-in-law again, playing Pac-Man and Pooyan. Pooyan, he didn't even say anything about the colors. Not a word. He didn't say a word about the colors. He just, this is cool. And he is like getting addicted to this one.
Oh, it's a good game. It's just they picked the wrong palette. They could have done much better.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see what else. I was able to. I've been posting things on Twitter, and I got a couple of guys that are following me, and they like my pictures, and I guess some of the other Commodore people and stuff didn't know that you could do this type of thing with the CoCo 1 back in the day.
Ron, that reminds me. We're both on a Twitter group that I didn't know existed until a few days ago.
Yeah, the guy was asking me, please, post your stuff on my group too. And at first I didn't get it because I'm not used to doing Twitter, but I figured it out. Now I'm going to be posting on his stuff too.
So that's another place for everybody to go and check out CoCo.
Was that another CoCo guy then, Tim, or who is that?
Yeah. I forget his name. Would he be on here?
The Twitter CoCo group has like 12 members right now, so it's in need of growth.
Who started it? Out of curiosity.
Don't know.
Oh.
Well, actually, if I can go to Twitter and here's my profile. And I share all kinds of stuff. This happens to be what I said here was high color 2 image on the CoCo 3, CoCo VGA VG6 image for CoCo 1 and 2. We didn't see stuff like this for the CoCo, the 1, 2, or 3 back in the day. You either drew it or you used black and white digitizer to make to make anything current. And so I posted that. The guy's name might be on here somewhere. I pushed CoCoTALK too on here. Anyways, this is some of the stuff that I post. Some of my high color stuff. Stuff that you've probably seen me. Well, there's a IBM. But mostly all CoCo stuff. I'd like to do some more of these too. There was never a cover, I don't think, for defense. And I like the game, so I did
there
that.
was, but it wasn't this good.
Yeah. So I'd like to do more of those for different stuff. And
we didn't have covers done like the Dragon community did.
No.
That's one place we
And
fell
that's
short.
more like it, right?
Yeah, like
This
full
is
color.
actually a screenshot of the screen on this one in a different color. It's usually yellow. So anyway, this is lots and lots of stuff. I have lots of time, as you can see. So I just dump all it. Here's what's coming up, guys. I hope they use this as a poster. It would be nice.
I think they did at the VCF, didn't they?
Yeah,
Something
they were
similar?
little 8.5 by 11 papers made up. So that's it, guys. Thank you very much.
Cool.
It's something. My contribution to our show, right?
No, it's a good one. It's spreading the word. And if you're joining a Twitter group, which none of us was even aware of until recently, that'd be nice to see if we can find some new CoCo people through Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Ready?
Anybody else have any updates or acquisitions I want to talk about?
I had a note of Ken's video.
Well, that'll be the discussion topic for the news, I think.
I heard my name.
Okay.
He woke
All right,
up.
Ken, go back to sleep.
Do you want to do the game on results then? Because we got, I think, another half an hour before Erico's planning on coming back on, at least half an hour.
Sure.
Okay.
Flip some screens.
I don't see a Sloopy here to help him out, though.
You are watching CoCoTALK, the world's leading weekly video podcast featuring a Tandy Color computer. We spread the love to the past, present, and future for all models, including the original color computer, the CoCo 3, and the world-renowned exclusive French-Canadian CoCo 2, the Radio Shack.
CoCoTALK would like to thank the patrons who sponsor our program, so our heartfelt gratitude goes out to Alan Huffman, Alan Murphy, Blair Ledoux, Brendan Donahue, Brian Walsh, Brian Weasler, Karen Anscombe, D. Bruce Moore, Daddy Burrito, Diego, Eric Canales, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Vebke, Grant Leedy, Grant B., Henry Strickland, J. Style, Justin Larson, Ken Reichert, Malfunct, Melly, Mike Rayburn, OG Hugo, Rick Hewlin, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Stephen Wagner, Steve Batson, Terry Steen, The Backyard Shed Gang, Tim Thayer, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom S., Tony C., and William Athing. Thank you ever so much, patrons.
It's time for everyone's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord This Week?
Bacon Firebob says, "Howdy y'all. After being the kid who would spend hours at the shack, typing in programs, I finally got my own CoCo for Christmas '82, a 32K ECB, Rev NC, model, which I was later pleased to learn was fully 64K. Since then it's been a growing collection that now includes a white 64K CoCo 1, a couple of CoCo 2s and several 3s, including my CoCo 3 portable and a massive tower case repack featuring a hand-wired keyboard, HDB DOS and more. Looking forward to engaging with the community again, with CoCo DV to purchase and a dead CoCo 3 to repair." The previous bios were edited for time, thanks to CoCo Man, Boys in Tech, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Nightbeard, Glenside Computer Club and the CoCoTALK patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. Just go to discord.cocotalk.live.
See y'all on Discord! Welcome everybody to the CoCoTALK Game On Challenge of the Week results video. This week we played Galactic Fighter, and we had a total of 20. Welcome everybody to the CoCoTALK Game On Challenge of the Week results video.
Well, now I know what broke.
This week we played Galactic Fighter.
Oh,
and
now I know what's
had
broke
a
with the
total
restream deck.
of 29 participants. We had Exile in Paradise with 9,875. Mark O, 14,700. Justin Larson, 18,000. Mark B, 20,650. Nobles, 25,350. Marcy, 26,750. Nathan, 29,675. David Ladd, 30,025. Rick Yu, 35,750. Henry, 39,425. Coco Man, 51,050. Sloopy Malibu, 51,975. Shenley, 52,675. Flutterball, 62,500. Canadian Retro Things, 64,500. Damon Beals, 64,725. Nine Finger Tom, 65,525. Paul Shoemaker, 66,175. Ed Rhodes, 81,675. Rich N, 83,500. Buck Owens, 84,150. Tasman, 87,700. Jim Rye, 89,525. L. Curtis Boyle, 94,950. Brian Walsh, 103,275. David Craker, 106,350. AC's 8-Bit Zone, 144,650. Sabhead, 149,800. And the number one score this week was Mr. Dave 6309 with 195,875. Thanks everybody that played this week, and we will see you again next week.
Yay!
Yay! Another great turnout this week.
Applause all around.
Yeah, that's a goodly number of people playing it.
Yep. So we've had a few weeks of really good turnouts for Game On Challenge. So we'll see if I can break that streak this week with the game. Okay,
Thursday's definitely a better day for it, isn't it?
Yeah, Fridays have been or Thursdays have been working out better for the live stream. So
you notice that Nick Marentes was conspicuously absent from having a.
That's why That's why Thursdays are a better night for the stream.
Thursday's a bad day for me. So
exactly.
I think days ending with Y are a bad day for you participating in these.
All right, so yeah, so I don't know what to say about this game. It had a nice amount of gameplay to it. A lot of different things happening in the game, throwing a lot of different things at you. I will just show some footage here from our very own David Ladd.
Ooh, really?
Really? So, yeah, it wasn't all just having the asteroids come straight at you and everything. You would get start having them come at you at angles, and
yeah, meteor showers and the asteroid belt will come. I think the asteroid belt comes straight across at you at different speeds. Meteor shower starts coming like vertically at an angle.
Yeah. And then you'd also have like screens where there'd just be a ton of missiles coming up from the bottom at you, and the whole time having the bad guys fighters trying to get you. So
yeah, one nice mechanic in the game I thought was when those planes that come and like shoot across and then turn around and try to fire at you. When they fire, the missile they fire starts slow and accelerates like it's rocket propelled, as opposed to standard game where you just blast everything out at the same speed. So you actually get a bit of a warning that you have to get out of the way. But if you're a little bit too slow, it speeds up coming towards you, and then it kills you. So I thought that was kind of nice because not too many games do that.
Mm-hmm. And I know there was a few people complaining about the fact that you couldn't move backwards or forwards on the main screen there, like you couldn't speed up or slow down. And that was just part of the game. You did have smart bombs. Oh, I guess something I forgot to show before I showed David's stuff here is, let's just get out of that for a second and show the one review I found for it in, I think this was June of '84, Rainbow Magazine. Basically, the guy just talks about how to play the game, basically kind of regurgitates that entire opening sequence. If you stay on the main screen, it goes through a little story of instructions and stuff. But one thing that he got wrong in the article is he said you only have 2 smart bombs, but you actually have 3. And yeah, the only complaint he had is that it's the latest in a long, long line of space games. But if that doesn't bother you, you'll enjoy this this challenging and nicely done effort.
Yeah, and it has a couple of different, like not only the levels where you start adding missiles and asteroid belts and all that kind of stuff, but you also have the space trench, or laser trench, sorry, that you have to go through every 25,000 points, which is a little awkward because you can be in the middle of shooting a swarm of things. All of a sudden, no, now you're going to hyperspace and when laser trench, but very different gameplay in that, where it kind of takes on a 3D perspective, which I'm sure you can show from the Game On Challenge Live stuff.
Well, I will imagine show that in David's stuff here.
I can't imagine why the reviewer is complaining, because we all know that space games sell.
Yep.
Just look at Temple of Rome.
Which is essential space game.
In space.
So whenever you get 25,000 points in increments of 25,000, you go into a hyperspace and then come out in the laser tunnel, which basically is just the scene from Star Wars, the trench scene, and you blow up if you hit the sides or hit a bad guy. The object here is to try to stay alive for the entire time that the timer is going, and if you do, you get a free man.
And I think a free smart bomb too, right?
I don't know. After we discussed that, I never made it through the laser trench again to see if I got a free smart bomb. So,
yeah, this is hard actually, because you can move up and down, though as far as I can tell, it's pretty useless.
Yeah, and you only have one shot at a time in the laser trench, unlike the other part of the game where you can shoot a ton of missiles at once. You can only shoot one at a time. So if you waste your shot and it's going off into the distance and a guy's coming straight at you, you usually can't get out of his way, and he'll hit you if you don't have a shot to kill him.
It's like you're lobbing pumpkins or something. It's not lasers anymore. It's a slow.
Yeah, it goes trailing off in the distance. I found like on the main level, the sideways level, you're basically just shooting rapid fire as much as you can for the most part. Maybe you pick and choose your shots a little bit. But on the laser trench, you only fire when you know you're going to hit something.
Yeah. So that's the secret to the laser trench is don't fire unless you absolutely have to, and pay more attention to the sides of the tunnel than to the bad guys coming at you. Because
Did anybody use the force while they're flying laser trench?
I turned off my targeting computer every time.
I just about forced the joystick through the table at the time. Yeah, does that count?
No, I used
Yeah,
the
that's
fork.
usually
That
force.
was what I did wrong then.
The interesting mechanic here is the game doesn't limit how much you can shoot, but your body does. So you have to time your shots in this horizontal
Definitely.
section so that you have some thumb left when a couple of enemies come at once.
Yeah, this one is one that does wear your trigger finger down. It's a lot of firing.
So you know, I pause now, and then okay, now I can click a couple of times, and then I can rest my thumb again.
I was using a Microsoft Sidewinder with MAME, and I had to keep switching hands because my finger gets tired.
Yeah, I was using a real deluxe, and yeah, same thing.
Yep, me too. I didn't try it with the Black Beauty. I don't know if that how well that would have worked.
The Black Beauty has such a small throw on the fire button. Maybe it would be a little bit helper.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Dave says you can guide your shots in the trench.
Yeah, you can. If you fire and then you can steer left and right, you can kind of steer it towards. If the ship's fairly far, if you have enough time, you can actually hit it. I was using that at the end of mine when I finally broke.
But it doesn't help
75,000.
if the shot's already by the bad guy and he's coming straight
No,
at
your
you.
shots
and your
in progress, you can guide them a little bit by steering.
Well, I know, but if the shot's behind the guy already and
Oh, yeah,
off in the
then
distance, and this guy's coming straight at you, you're screwed.
Stay on target.
I like the presentation too. Like it has a pretty good, storyline if you read all the directions. Yeah. But it also has this thing where you launch the ship and the planet scrolls down out of the way. Like he put a lot of extras in there to just push it above just being straight into playing a game.
And one thing that I did notice about the people that played, well, I know Buck Owens didn't like the game very much because he just discovered
he played it once and that was his score and he's done.
Yeah, he discovered that you can just hang out at the bottom of the screen and not get killed, really.
Was he playing
Not
on
a
level
lot.
2? Because I think the missiles do eventually get you if you stay on the lower right, don't they?
Well, yeah, he might have been playing on level 1 because in level 2 you also, when you hit the asteroid storm or shower, then if you're staying at the bottom, you often get trapped down there by the diagonal asteroids.
Yeah.
My problem was getting over a rocket and then you couldn't, a missile, and then you couldn't get down below it or shoot it, and it was just going to hit you. So I can see we're hanging out.
That's what the smart bomb is for. When you
I
get
can't
into
get
those,
to because it's way off on the keyboard while I'm holding my joystick.
see, you got to play in a spot where you can have your elbow just to smack the
Spacebar
when you need it.
I mean, Rick, they did pick the absolute biggest key in the keyboard to give you a target to hit without having to look.
Doesn't help when your fingers are tired.
That's why
you have to
use
make a
your
special
elbow.
numberjack with a big, smart bomb button just for this game.
Yeah, a big red button you can stick on your desk.
Somehow, I guess the author didn't realize it's be played by, 50 somethings 40 years later.
Speak for
Yeah, because
yourself.
Kevin, when he wrote this, I think was still in high school. It's like Dave when he started, because roughly around the same time.
So did anybody try it with a electronic button pusher to do auto fire?
I did not.
That would work until you got into the laser trench. Then
Yeah, because there you have to pick your shots. You do have to on this a little bit too, because there's a maximum number of shots on the screen. I was able to overflow the amount of shots that you can have, so I'd have a little gap where I couldn't fire anything before my finger died. But the smart bombs are definitely useful. Use them sparingly, but they definitely will save your butt.
yeah, I definitely used all my smart bombs on my highest score game. So
No, I like the variety. I like the little extras they put in, like some of the sequences at the beginning of the game, etc. The hyperspace. When you get it, just seems odd just doing an arbitrary score as opposed to flown long enough or killed enough aliens or whatever it is. But,
So the trench kind of reminds me of the flyway in Back to the Future.
And it's got the Zaxxon shadow under you, but not under the bad guys. I think the level might be useful if you knew how high the bad
Yeah,
guys.
I didn't understand that because I tried going up to like jump over some of these things and I always died. Like, I don't think the height actually matters. So maybe that was something he was planning and just didn't end up putting in, or.
I did make it over a couple of things, but you can't tell by any kind of visual clue if you're going to be able to hop it or not. It could
Well,
be
so
a
you
big
actually
thing
were
down
able to jump over things because I never was. I died
Yeah, but
every
I
single
couldn't
darn
tell.
time.
I mean, it was accidental. I couldn't tell if it was a big thing down low or a little thing up high. So I didn't know what to do, whether I should try to hop over it or shoot it or run into the wall or what. So I died.
I know one thing, Ken, you mentioned during the live game on Challenge Air is that this is one of the few games where your ship's a lot bigger than the aliens.
Yeah. Well, they must be tiny little aliens that are attacking Earth. Because
I think they're trying to show distance, but I never could get the different, like I say, the different sizes. Is this a big one far away or a little one close up?
Yeah, in the trench especially. Yeah. Having the shadow under the aliens would have helped drastically on that one. But the game's, I mean, for 1984 in particular, it's not a clone of an arcade game that I'm aware of. The first levels where you're flying sideways and shooting asteroids reminds me a little bit of Moon Shuttle's first level, one that Steve ported over to the CoCo as an official arcade license. The laser trench, I mean, we've seen several laser trench things before, though most of the time you just fly through the trench and shoot aliens or drop bombs in holes in the ground or something like that. Not too often does the trench itself start moving back and forth on its own. You have to kind of make sure you steer in it. So that was a little bit different too, but I thought it was a good mix-up of a couple of different styles of space shooters.
Yeah. And one thing that I did notice is that there's quite a few people that played this week submitted multiple scores. Like, they're playing throughout the week trying to get better and better. So they were enjoying the game, I would say, because
yeah, and to be honest,
you'll get some games where people just submit one score and say, okay, that was my score for the week.
Like Buck did.
Yeah.
This is a game I think a lot of people did not see. Like, even in the piracy rings, I didn't see this one until quite later. This is not one I had back in the day. I don't know how many other people did, but I think it was a bit more of a rare game because it was from a small company.
And it came out pretty late. Like, it wasn't reviewed until 1984, summer of 84. So that's
yeah, and the copyright date's 1984 as well. So
yeah. So that's
when it came out
far.
like when Sailor Man came out or something.
Yeah.
Sound effects are good. The graphics are good. It does lag a little bit when it gets really, really busy. Now, some people apparently had tried a double speed poke. I never got a chance to. If anybody in the panel here did that, what was the experience playing it with that?
Well, I think Exile in Paradise was saying his game wasn't running properly. He couldn't move up and down properly until he put in the double speed poke, and then it ran a bit better. But I think
is he still on the panel right now? Or?
He's the only one I know that had any problems with it. So
well, I was wondering if he was trying to play on the CoCo 3 FPGA, and maybe that was the difference.
Could be,
because it's not 100% accurate emulation for timing and stuff. So it makes some sense.
I did notice it was weird. To start the level, you have to hold down the L, but you have to hold it down for a long time. Otherwise, you'll end up in keyboard mode and wonder why things don't work. Which was kind of funny after I figured it out. So I had to hold the L until I saw the message saying, enter 1, 2, 3. And if I didn't hold it that long, it would start in keyboard mode and I would end up really frustrated.
Yeah. Hey, did you want to show some of the game on challenge? Because how many people did we have going at once during that?
I am about to. Yes.
Cool. Tom Eric Gunderson says in the chat here, he says it scrolls the wrong way compared to most other side scrolls. That's true. Most of them you come from the left to the right, like Moon Patrol or Moon Shuttle or whatever. But I didn't mind it coming from the other side.
All right, there we go. So here is some footage from the live broadcast. So I think, did we have 7 players at once or 7 or 8
don't remember.
players?
I know I joined about an hour late or something, so I didn't see who was on the beginning.
Yeah. We had a few people in and out, but yeah. We had a good turnout. At least 6 or 7 was our high, or maybe 8. I guess I should look these things up beforehand, but
And this is one game that which version of artifacting you have on doesn't really matter. There's nothing critical.
Yeah.
Now I see the person in the upper right actually has a custom palette. I'm assuming that's a Mr. Dave patch or something.
I'm not sure.
There's gray
I
mountains
think
with
that
white
is the.
peaks. Sorry, go ahead.
I was running the Mr. Dave, but I didn't see gray. Mine's still like the red and blue, so I don't know what that is.
You remember which player that was, Kim?
No, I don't.
Oh, I'm in the lower left, so that ain't me.
That's Sloopy, maybe?
No, I don't think so. I think
And Mr.
Sloopy
David
was...
wasn't on the stream at any point, was he?
No.
Patch was mentioned in the Discord, but now I'm not seeing it.
Actually, I'm just looking at the chat from your video here, and
Yeah, and
Dave
they
actually
says no
pipes in.
fancy colors. So it wasn't
somebody
Mr.
else did
Dave
that.
did him. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they added a gray in there. It's it actually doesn't look too bad. The mountains look pretty good with like a gray mountain with the white snow peaks and stuff. I thought that was a pretty nice color change.
Yeah.
So
Now
if
it's a mystery. Who did it?
If you use Zoom, you would have names in there, right?
It's in the, let's see, Jim Rye was using it.
Jim Ryan in the chat says it was me. So he was the one who did the color change.
Well, that makes sense then. Oops.
No, I like the game. I'd give it a good 8 or 9 out of 10 for a CoCo 1 and 2 game because it has some bits that are a bit more original than a lot of others and a mix of a couple different play styles. So it's got some replayability, different levels as other people have mentioned too. And it definitely is harder if you pick level 2. I think that was a really good call on your part because level 1 is a lot
level
easier.
1, I tried it out, and it was one that people would be playing for a very long time. Even level 2, you played for a long time. It was a long play game. It wasn't one of these ones that you're going to play for 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Most games took 5-10 minutes to play. So
yeah, so you got some good playability. I have a question for Tim. Did you get a chance to hook up your giant Atari joystick that was on loan and try the game with that? Because I would really be interested to hear your opinion on how that worked.
No, the giant Atari joystick is a Bluetooth device that connects directly to an AT Games a little Atari 2600 box. So no CoCo play with that thing.
It's just a plug and play unit type thing.
So it's a self-contained game system. It doesn't.
Yeah.
You can't use it with anything else. Darn, I would have
You
really
could
been
probably rewire
fun watching the two of you try to play that game with that thing.
I never tried to connect it to a PC. Conceivably, it can connect over Bluetooth to a PC, but I didn't try.
Then you can use it with MAME.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I guess does anybody else have any tips or tricks or anything else to say about?
I have one thing. Now, Curtis says this came out late. It came in '84. I didn't even get a CoCo 2 late '84. So that's just I find that funny. It came out late.
Actually, I shouldn't say late. I would say mid because it's only the year after the CoCo 2 came out, right?
Yeah.
Late would be like this stuff coming out for the CoCo 1 and 2 when the CoCo 3 was already out, I guess, technically. But yeah, it's post CoCo 1 era.
But yeah, so how about we take a look at what we're going to play next week?
Fantastic segue.
Thanks. Does anybody know what game this is? Don't look at the top of the screen.
It's
and everybody looks.
I don't remember the game called Ooh.
Is that a
It's
David
a
Ladd
Tron.
game? Ooh.
Obviously a Tron game.
Actually, no, sorry, it's on there twice. It's called Ooh Ooh, and it's made by the company Electron. Is that right?
Yeah, that's exactly it. So yes, this is Electron, which is a clone of the Tron game from the arcade.
It's
Now,
the.
I'm trying to remember if we played the other CoCo one.
We played
yet?
the Crom.
Cron.
We played.
We did. Yeah.
We
I
played
know
Crom.
most people I've talked to, excuse me, prefer Electron over Cron. I'm one of the outliers on that. They're both good, but I for some reason the Cron one just plays better for me. I don't know why.
Does this have an interesting beginning
What do you mean?
when it starts?
Playing the Star Wars music.
Yeah, it plays a little bit multi-voice music at the beginning, but I think that's really all it does.
And then you're on a screen where you can choose one of 4 areas to go to, which are the light cycle, the spider room, the tank room, or the cylinder thing.
Yeah, because you got 4
silo.
screens. For those not familiar with the
Yeah.
arcade game, there's 4 mini games basically that you go and you choose.
One thing about this
The
game
NPC
too,
cone.
Yeah,
or the grain silo. For those of you that have been around farms all your life.
Cone of silence.
Yeah.
But one thing about Electron, I think that's different than the Crom one, is that each time you play, the 4 screens are randomly placed, so it's not always just go up to get the light cycle.
Was Cron fixed? I can't even remember now.
I think Crom was fixed. I know the arcade game was fixed.
Yeah, depending on what level you were on. My favorite was Cobol.
Anyway, so that is the game for next week.
Excellent choice.
I'm trying to remember. Does it use the analog part of the joystick, like on the spiders level and stuff, that you can shoot in more than 8 directions, or does it just have the 8? I'm trying to think if it's digital stick friendly or not.
That's a good question. I did not test that.
Like I know in the light cycles, you hold on the button to speed up, so you don't need it, and you can only go 4 directions. So it's
Did this game come with a spinner?
The CoCo version?
Yeah.
No.
Darn it.
The closest you had to that is if you had a round chair that spun around, you could use that. But
If you have a Black Beauty, you can just spin the stick around really, really fast.
Yeah.
I'll
But it's a
try
cool
that.
game. It ran in 16K on tape, if I remember correctly. So that, getting 4 mini games and basically a full arcade game.
Yeah.
On a
That was
16K
one of the
CoCo.
advantages of this game over Crom, is that it actually worked in 16K, and Crom required at least 32.
32.
So
yeah. Now I think the sound effects in Cron, to me, they're a little bit better because they're more consistent, but it's also slightly more annoying. So it's a kind of a toss up. Graphics wise, I have to give Electron props over Cron. Cron's a bit more simplistic looking.
Well, we'll see what people think next week.
I see
So-
Jason's already got it fired up. He's practicing already.
Yep. Well, it's announced. He can be the first to submit a score then.
He can't talk to us now. He's too busy racking up the scores.
Oh yeah, I'm at 25. Yeah.
All right. Well, I don't know. Is there anything else to talk about while we wait for Brazil to get back on the line?
Floppy drives.
No, we don't have 4 hours.
Sorry, there's no time.
I guess to be a little bit off topic, and because I don't want to get into the news yet, Tim, you guys had a few episodes of
Sibling rivalry.
drunkology, amongst other things too. So there's many more drinks to try. But you also had your rather funny one. It wasn't CoCo related, so I didn't put it in the news. But it was the giant Atari joystick and the whole story behind, where it came from, where it goes, etc. Maybe if you want to cover that a little bit.
Sure. We just posted another sibling rivalry where we don't really review a game, we review a joystick. And
A remote, you mean, right?
Well, AJ would call it a remote. To my ever consternation. So there's a company that makes direct TV game stuff. They make stand-up arcade machines. I think it's called Arcade 1-Up. If you search Amazon, you'll find that they make a 3-foot-high Atari joystick, complete with its own footrest to keep it stable. A fan of Amy and Taylor's sent it to them, and they did a video about it about, I think, 2 months ago. And at the end of that video, they said they were going to send it off to another YouTuber, and that ended up being me and AJ. So it took a while, but we finally got our own video out, and we have a lot of fun with it. A whole lot of fun with it. Watch to the end. There's a lot of good stuff. And now we're going to be sending it to a third YouTuber, and we're going to just try to get it to as many YouTubers as we can to create a huge playlist of people playing this stupid joystick.
So what was your overall impression?
It's horrible. It's really, really bad. The games that they included with it are all paddle games that they've been reprogrammed to work with the joystick. And so that's a big, huge knock against it. And yeah, it's just it's not a very fun experience, but it makes for a good video.
Yeah. My screen share, I'm assuming, is coming through so people can see. One, you got some Taylor and Amy.
I really want to talk about this this specific screenshot that you have up right there. I'm holding this little piece of metal. Where is it? It's here on my desk. I've misplaced it. Oh, here it is. This is it. it is like aluminum.
Yeah, I'll stop sharing so that you can show the audience here.
It's aluminum. It's or aluminum for my friend Kieran. It looks like it was hot, melted, and it dropped into a bit of water. I don't know what it is, but it was in the package that Amy and Taylor sent to us, and I don't know why it was in there.
Is it a melted piece of like a metallic asteroid or meteor or something?
Certainly could be. I'm going to scan it and use it in my new space game, Temple of Rom 3.
Is it solder? So I wonder now if they're wondering, that's where that went.
Yeah.
Space game sell.
Space game sell. What can I say?
I'll just bring it back up here so people can see it. So it's got a few things that are a little different than a standard Atari joystick besides its incredible size.
Yes, it's got a 1-player button, a 2-player button, an on and off switch. And it conveniently has a fire button at the very tip top of the joystick. So you don't have to reach down when you're standing up to play it.
So how much movement is there? I mean, the top from the center, how far will it move?
About 3 inches.
Each way?
And you get a satisfying click.
Oh, okay. Positive feedback.
Yeah.
So you said it's horrible. So in what ways is it horrible? What parts don't work properly? Is it just the size itself? It's just too awkward, or is there certain specific parts of it?
The size makes it awkward. You're either standing with it on the floor and you're holding the very top, or you're sitting and you're holding the base of it, and it's just a horrible joystick feel. Yeah.
Like for me, I think just the fact that you have to physically move the joystick handle so far to actually get it to switch, that you're losing time, where you just, quickly would flick your wrist to move right to left, for example. And here you got to move it, like half a foot or something from the top to get it to turn. So you're kind of having a built-in delay with everything, I would guess.
Yeah. Doesn't feel like a delay. It just feels mushy. Another interesting thing that I brought up in the video, and I want to bring up again, is that the shaft turns. It turns about a quarter of a rotation, and at first you think, oh, did they build a paddle into this giant joystick? That would be awesome. You have one device for both things. But I opened it up, and no, there is no rotation sensing mechanism at all. It is just leaf springs sensing the four directions. So I was really disappointed in that.
That's a lost opportunity, because there were a fair number of fairly good Atari 2600 games that did require or work better with a paddle, like Warlords or Pong or Breakout or
my personal belief is that it was intended to have some additional electronics to sense the rotation, but they just didn't do it.
And how much are one of these giant things?
Way too expensive. It's about $150.
Ouch.
Another reason to use a Black Beauty.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now we just need to make a big Black Beauty where you've got like a 2-foot wide range you can move the joystick handle.
So the YouTube channel Geek with Social Skills has the joystick now and is putting together his own video, and we'll link to it from Sibling Rivalry, but definitely check out his channel too.
Yeah. We should mention, as this is getting passed around, everybody's putting their own show stickers on them. So eventually it's going to look like the back of a 1970s car, where you went to Mount Rushmore and Yosemite and whatever else, and it'll just be plastered. You can't see out the window.
And the big ball of twine.
Biggest ball of twine in Minnesota.
What's the cable look like coming out of it? Just a 9-pin?
It has no cable coming out of it. It is a Bluetooth device.
Oh.
Is it battery operated? Or does it have a wall wart plug?
It has a battery.
Oh, okay. No, aside from the fact that it sucks for actually playing games, is it built fairly solid? Like you'll think it'll survive like a teenager trying to handle it, or do you think it'll easily break?
Yep, it's built really solid. You could probably drop it from a high height and it'll be fine.
Were you tempted to do that trying to play the games, or?
All right, Curtis first.
I was just going to say, and did you try that? Dropping from a height from getting frustrated playing the games, or?
No, I didn't. And what was that, Ron?
Does it come in some kind of a box or something that you can resend it?
Oh yeah, Amy and Taylor sent us it in a big old box so that we can ship it out to the next person.
Yeah, you guys had an unboxing actually.
Yeah.
Oh man. With some bonus swag from
Amy and Taylor gave us the thing. That scene right there where AJ is just messing up all the popcorn peanuts. That's funny.
Yeah. Now, one thing you did not cover in the video I do want to ask is who cleaned up the mess from her, throwing all this popcorn and stuff around.
Oh, she's very good about cleaning up her own messes.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
Is that a $50 shipment?
Probably.
Looks like it.
Yeah, it's a big box.
It
big
sure
joystick.
is.
You know what they say about big boxes? Big joysticks.
Jeez. So you actually shave shipping by driving it out to the next person in line to try it out
Hey,
there.
that was a secret. Oh no, it wasn't. We put it in the video.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, we saved money by. It's going to stay in the Pacific Northwest for a little bit
Until gas prices fall.
Yeah, until gas prices fall, or a really successful YouTuber's opportunity to ship it somewhere else.
That episode was a lot of fun, and you guys had another episode too, didn't you? Recently.
Oh wait, Ken. Maybe we can meet at the border and do an exchange.
Oh, there you go.
Toss it over.
Yeah.
You think customs will pass it, Ken?
We'll do it out in the country where no one's watching.
Yeah, there's a nice little park down right on Zero Avenue that you can smuggle things across easily.
You just drop it up under the tree, notify Ken by text, and sneak over and grab it.
Yeah.
What are those?
Really, I had this giant box when I came in here.
Maybe customs will use it to do a video.
You have to coordinate which type of boxes you have, and they do an swap. Each leave with the box.
Oh
the other
yeah,
one.
yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Ah.
I'm learning more and more about you, Mark, every day.
All of it's scary.
Yeah.
Oh, you haven't met me yet.
Yes, we have.
I already knew you were scared.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, so a lot of fun stuff. You guys also did some Drinkology episodes last month here. I think both of you done some.
I posted a video of a drink nobody should ever drink for any reason. A Tic Tac, just avoid it. But
I thought you were going to say gin and tonic.
No, gin and tonics are loveliness from the gods. Tic Tac is vomiting incarnate.
We should get you to write game reviews with comments like that.
Oh yeah, I do it for the rainbow. He can pay me from the grave.
Is that a working keyboard there or a dead one?
That's a working Casio keyboard, non-MIDI. I do it to Noodle whenever.
No, I'm sorry. I meant the CoCo one.
Oh, that guy. Man, Rob, I never know what you're looking at in my scene.
You're funny.
Why wouldn't you be talking about the keyboard out there?
Keyboard, it's a keyboard.
Yeah, this is working. This just got donated to a guy to bring a non-working CoCo one to a working CoCo one. So there's going to be one additional CoCo in the world because of this guy.
Amen.
Yep.
Cool.
Anything else on my desk you want to comment?
Well,
on?
let's see what's on your bed.
I got a couple floppy drives.
That's oversharing, Ron. I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, floppy drives.
Yeah.
On the bed.
Well, they got to go somewhere.
Oh, now Nick Marentes, if you're awake. And he's not. Okay.
He's not.
Paging Nick Marentes. Wake up, sir.
I don't know. I was just going to say, since we're kind of like just, killing time here until Erico comes back on, I was going to see if he had any updates on his jumping Joey.
Let's see if this works. Nick, if you don't come back, I'll come to Australia and meet you in person.
OS 9.
Trash can.
Okay, that didn't work.
He's obviously deep in Snorville.
Well, it is 3 a.m. out there, so what can you expect?
Yeah, true.
My video backwards for everybody?
Nope.
No, it's proper here.
QWERTY.
Okay, cool. Just me.
No, that's a normal thing. It's called the mirror effect. They do that so that way.
So if you move your head left, you'll see it go left on the camera. Instead of going the opposite direction.
Actually, it's called the mirror effect.
Tim, pry those yellow keys off and stick them in some solution or stick them out in the sun.
Well, here in the Pacific Northwest, we aren't getting much sun these days.
Oh, that's right.
Now, if you want them washed really well, you could just throw some soap and put it outside and let it rain. That might work.
Well, I did soak them overnight in a soap bath, so they are very clean. They're just very yellow.
No, is that a CoCo 1 melted keyboard or is that a CoCo 2 melted keyboard?
Ooh, I didn't know there was a difference. Tell me more.
I don't know if there is either, to be honest. Isn't the CoCo 1 a little bit bigger, the backplane part of it? I don't remember.
I thought there was only one melted keyboard.
Because the original white 64K CoCo 1 had a melted keyboard, but I don't know if it was the same size as the CoCo 2s. I don't know if anybody else here knows that or not.
All I know, this is the first melted keyboard I ever had, and it really does suck as bad as everybody says.
Still better than Chiclet. At least
you have to push a little harder.
Yeah, they are kind
It builds up the finger strength.
There you go.
Here's a second melted keyboard. It's made by Amp, and it has a cardboard rear with no screws that's just melted on, not the middle back.
And what's the connector look like?
It would be the same Mylar thing, but it doesn't have the metal back and screws to take it apart and fix it.
Okay, there you go.
So is yours, Rick, is that a CoCo 1 64K CoCo?
I'm not sure. I got it from Pedro to try to fix it. And it turned out to be so weird that I haven't been able to find the missing.
Actually, both of you can hold it up. I just want to see if they're the same size back.
Well,
they look pretty well the same, yeah.
They look pretty well the same from the front.
Okay.
Is that a clone keyboard?
No, apparently Radio Shack originally bought their melted key keyboard from Amp, which is a supplier of many people's things. And it's not a very good keyboard. It's got a bad design. If you smash on the keys, they push directly on the switches, so you can break the switches by hitting the keys too hard.
Why did Tandy do that? Cost.
They needed it. Well, they needed a keyboard right away, I'm sure. And they bought this one. And then they came out with that one, which is built like all of their subsequent keyboards. The one that Tim has looks just like the.
So what's your plan for opening that, those melted posts for opening up that keyboard?
Well, that's already been done.
Oh, there you go.
Unfortunately, the rubber sheet with the cushioning buttons that is the key to this style is missing on this one.
Rubber sheet.
It was different. Tandy's keyboards have a little plastic lever that comes off that pushes on the switches.
A little plastic dome is what I found.
Okay, well, domes is like the Amp design then. Rubber dome with sheets. And anyway, the rubber absorbs the force from the key so that you don't push the switch too hard. Tandy's own keyboards, the key just pushes on a spring, and there's a lever that goes off to push the switch, so you can only push it as hard as that lever's going to push. And that was their big breakthrough, so Tandy keyboards never die. Where Amp keyboards, keys go out on them.
So because this has rubber domes inside, that this is one of the ones that you can push too hard.
It's possible. I know it's different than the Amp keyboard because it doesn't have a metal back. Mine doesn't have a metal back. Yours has a metal back and screws.
All right. It sounds like Erico's here.
Yeah, Erico has returned. So welcome back, Erico.
Yes. And so have I. So that's all right. Do Erico first.
Welcome everybody, but I still think it's It's not getting any better.
Actually, it looks
Lots of
fuller, if
cars.
anything.
That's good. It's going to be popular.
But it should we should be able to talk with the chaps here and see if you guys have any questions about the machines. One of the first things I wanted to show you guys was some of the tests we were doing about the PAL-M system. I was trying to find possible extra colors. Not sure. I don't think they are there. So at least the hue shift we have in our system here is something I'll be able to account for. Let me show you. So this is the test we're cooking. It's running on the CP402, right? And this is
GoSDC
type of kind of test, and that's how the slot expander down there. And this is the stuff Simon did. Tried helped me with doing this stuff. He cooked this code. So this is semi-graphics, right? As you can see, the colors are wildly shifted. And then here's the main man. So it's good to see him.
I think he's still on the panel too, isn't he?
And then we have, I hope. And here are some of the test patterns, right?
Okay, so you can check out like dots and diagonal lines, etc.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a closer look at them later today when this is less crowded. And there is like that's pretty much it. There is a different version shifted a pixel down.
Hey, you see that gray machine there? You see that gray machine?
Let me introduce you guys here. This is Luciano. Sorry, this is there is Luciano Chef, right? This is
Hi, Luciano.
This is Daniel. And this is Felipe.
He's got a Puyen t-shirt.
So these are the CoCo dudes we have here today.
Well, welcome to the show, everyone.
This time, welcome to the show, everyone.
So you got a CoCo Fest shirt on?
Which
He's
one?
got a Puyen t-shirt.
And he's got a CoCo Fest shirt.
It's about the show here. He's wearing a Prologica shirt.
Oh, okay.
From the CP400. Same as you see here.
Yeah.
And what was the question?
Yeah, that
What
gray
you guys wanna
machine
know?
sitting there, how come it doesn't have a slot on the side?
Which one? This one?
The gray one, yeah. You know how ours have a slot on the side to
me
put
check.
cartridge in?
Ô, Daniel,
There is none.
naquela ali, como é que fica o slot dela do cartucho? Uhum.
Slot interno.
There's an internal slot. No, nothing outside.
Nothing outside. Huh.
So you have to take the case apart to put a game cartridge in, then, eh?
How do you?
No game cartridges here.
You're not going to be able to use an SDC on it, huh?
But it's a pretty neat case. It's quite close to the CoCo one. It's pretty huge and sturdy, very strong.
Huh.
Does it flip up? Maybe it flips up.
What do you mean? If when you
Does
open it?
lift up? Yeah.
Yep. Oh, you mean the CP400 here too? No.
No, the grey one.
Oh, right. Yeah, you have to lift up the case.
Yeah.
Is the slot on the same side as the CoCo one?
I'm not sure, but Daniel will. O slot interno ele fica do mesmo lado? Aqui não. Onde ele fica exatamente?
It's about that place here. It's about here.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
It can
okay.
be plugged any.
Okay.
Okay, so that particular clone more meant the slot to
guys.
be for hardware, then I
The
would guess.
slot is internal and it's about that position.
Okay.
But lower, pretty lower. So
Okay.
yeah, I can plug any any CoCo cartridge with no problem inside, like a Super IDE or any other cartridge.
But you have to
Original
open
CoCo
it
cartridge,
up.
okay?
Yeah, I think it's more meant to be for actual hardware
today
rather
we
than a
use
game.
a mini IDE. That's the device. It's
Open it up
go
for us.
inside IDE in a small form. Okay.
Can he open it up for us?
Actually, this one is installed with a mini IDE internally.
Okay.
Yeah, it seems there's already one of those mini IDEs inside. Let me get the phone back here. You guys have more questions?
I probably have a ton here. I just have to figure out which machine I want to ask about first. Did Brazil do any CoCo 3 clones that you have there? Or did they do any at all?
No CoCo 3s in Brazil, just CoCo 1.
Okay.
There's a
Look at the colors on that game playing right there.
Yeah, that's
Sorry?
MSX, wasn't it?
Which one?
The
game
one
playing
playing
right there.
Puyan.
Yes, Puyen without the ugly colors.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what's that running on? Oh no, it says a CoCo.
I suppose it's running out of the CoCo 3. O
Ah,
Poyan tá no
CoCo
3
3.
aqui, né?
Yeah, he's changed
Yeah.
the colors. Okay.
It's coming from the CoCo 3.
CoCo 3
Yeah.
RGB.
And there's
Yeah,
an
yeah, of course.
RGB cable there.
Yep.
RGB adapter.
So out of all the different CoCo 1 and 2 clones you have there, what would you or Luciano or anybody else say is the rarest?
The rarest? Let me check. Qual seria o mais raro, Luciano?
The TDP 100 probably, maybe.
Luciano said this one here is the most rare one, the MX 1600.
Okay, yeah, it's got a very different keyboard. The other ones usually tried to match the color scheme of the CoCo 1 and 2 a little bit, like a red break green. That actually just a white one, it looks like.
Yes, and there is an extra key or something like a pause key on the side.
Maybe that's a caps lock.
No, it says pause.
It's Luciano said there's in Brazil so far there are only this machine plus 4. There are only 5 machines available.
Oh wow,
around.
that is rare.
Yeah, that's very rare.
The other one also.
I actually never saw it before. I don't think I ever saw advertisement for it before either.
I wonder if that has the same bus. If you took off the lid, you could put an SDC on it.
It's got his card thing.
On this one, I wouldn't know because será que entra um SDC aqui?
SPC não vai entrar. O cartucho tem a mesma questão do cartucho da Prológica, né? Cartucho proprietário, né?
Certo.
Não entra.
O cartucho da Prológica entra aqui? It seems that this cartridge port here is compatible with the CP400 Prologica cartridge type. So there might be a way to put an SDC or something like that inside. Oh, there's the cartridge. That's a rare one. Yeah. It fits, right? It's not exactly the eles chegaram a fazer cartucho deles?
Não tem notícia disso, tá?
We're not-
Eles lançaram na coletânea de jogos com 100 jogos em fita, mas o cartucho eu nunca vi.
All right. It seems like the company launched the only official product they had was something like 100 games on a tape, right? And because the port there, the entrance is slightly different. It seems like nobody here ever saw a cartridge modeled like that. But it's but the CP400 fits in there. Let's just check outside on the back here to see if it's what we have. Okay, channel.
Is that for
Yes,
like
doesn't
composite
seem-
or what is that in out stuff there on the back?
This one is the very first one's power. Aqui é composite.
I reckon they're cassette.
8-inch jack.
There is RF connection and composite.
Oh, so it's composite built in, not RF, or maybe it has both RF and composite. Maybe.
What's that stuck in there
Luciano,
now?
do you have that cartridge in your hand? The one? I want to show you guys the Brazilian CP400 cartridge. Fellow from the group was looking for one.
Okay,
here's
that
one.
even has a little handle for you to hold on to pull it in and out too.
Yep. It's it goes right in the goes in here, right?
Is that a game?
It fits in here pretty nice, and you pull it out.
That's
I
actually
think it
kind of
is.
slick.
What game? Que jogo era esse? Tinha uma. Yeah, it's this game is Clowns and Balloons.
Oh, okay.
I'll try to measure this case later today, see if I can do a 3D version of it. So, any more questions?
Does that cartridge fit in the NX one?
Go on.
Notice there's the two computers have physical.
Which one? I kind of didn't get it. What did you say?
Ron had the question: does the cartridge from the CP400 fit in that MSX or the 1600s one that you
NX.
showed earlier?
MSX? No, they're different stuff. They won't fit.
Okay. And then Rick Euland has a question as well. Go ahead, Rick.
Well, yeah, I noticed that two different CoCo clones have a physical pause switch. One of them was a slide switch, and one of them was a click down, click up. Is that really common there to have a pause switch like that, or?
Well, it's common for me. I've never seen those clones before. I'm more used to these ones here, right? They were the more famous ones, and they did not have pause.
And were pause switches common on some of the other clones, like clones of Commodore 64s or Amigas or Spectrums or something? Or was it kind of just these two machines that you've shown us?
I'm not pretty sure, to tell you the truth. I don't think I've seen pause buttons on other computers before.
Can you guys make that a bigger screen?
That's because of the
No,
low
it's just bandwidth.
Yeah, it's a low bandwidth. It's not much we can
No,
do.
I mean on our end.
Yeah, it's bandwidth.
There's nothing really to show making it bigger.
Yeah, I see what you mean, Ron. It's just a little thing in the middle of the screen there, but I think it's the bandwidth this tank because they got so many people attending.
Right? Move closer to your screen.
Very crowded here. And these are the joysticks, right? I really like them.
I like the fact that the handles are different colors, so you can like kind of memorize, whichever way you plugged it in. This one's left, this one's right, instead of guessing like we have to.
Yes, that's one thing. That's one thing about them. And the computer came with both, right? You would buy a CP400, it would come with both joysticks.
Okay, so they came pre-bundled, kind of like TDPs were sold up here.
Did you guys ever use CoCo VGA at all?
I think
In
Luciano
any
might
of your
have one.
machines?
I'm not sure if he has one here. Let me check. Oh, alguém usa o CoCo VGA? Luciano has one. Alguém mais alguém? Luciano has one, but majority of people don't. And later today, we might want to play with this. Attach it to the CoCo, and this other little guy here.
Yeah, the little mini Armatron.
They build the stuff.
That's a mini robo. What do they call it? Mini something? I can't remember.
Robbie Robot or what?
So you guys did not get any CoCo 3 clones, but you have a CoCo 3 there. Was that purchased like way later, or did Tandy actually sell any CoCo 3s in Brazil?
No, never. They never sold it here. It's Luciano probably imported. Where did you get this CoCo 3, Luciano? Onde você arrumou o CoCo 3? Esse aqui é o presente do amigo aqui do Brasil. Mas eu tenho outros dois também que eu comprei dele. Luciano has 3 cocoa trees. This one here is a gift from a friend, but he's got two more home, and they were bought from eBay. So no official, no kind of official distribution from Tandy in Brazil. Just clones. Yes, there's the Friend Zero showing this Coco 2 from Yugoslavia. I don't know how to say that country's name, but this one was sold there. Anything to say? All right, so it's European Paul.
What's the keyboard? Is the keyboard a QWERTY?
Yeah, it looks like just a CoCo 2 keyboard, to be honest.
Yeah.
O keyboard é o mesmo?
Same computer.
Yeah.
Yep, same computer, Coco 2 Paul.
São Paulo. A suspeita é que seja Coco 2 reembalado, entendeu?
Let's see the sticker on the bottom. Can you turn it over?
The gray plastic's the wrong color. That's the only thing I see.
Eles estão perguntando se pode ver o sticker que tem embaixo. Se é possível.
There you go.
Luciano said it's probably a rebranded.
Yeah, it kind of looks like the feet, the stickers, the case, everything looks pretty well identical except for that, the name of the computer itself on the top. Look, the only thing that really looks different.
Well, there's no Radio Shack sticker type.
Nope.
Well, the serial number plate's been removed.
There's no emboss for one.
That's what
you're right.
Luciano said. No stickers on the back.
No serial number.
No serial number também, né?
So there's no model number for it either then. Let's see the back while you got it up.
It just says user serviceable parts. That's your model number.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe that one's a little warm.
Anything on the back?
Yeah, it's a grey import.
Yeah, that looks pretty well identical to some of the CoCo 2 models.
Does it have a switch for channels?
You make a mold, it looks the same.
Yes, channel 36. There's no switch.
It's just the
UHF or something like that.
The badge has been changed.
Huh.
Oh, he also did a mod for Super Video.
Oh, okay. You get a better quality picture out of that.
Yep. That's the one.
Now that wood grain one, was that actually manufactured that way, or is that a homemade wood grain case?
Oh no, that's a homemade. It's
that looks homemade.
It has a very interesting story. I think it's a CP400 one inside. Let me check it. Yes, it was. Luciano was telling me earlier today it was on a deposit or something like that, and he rescued it from a guy, acquired it, rescued, and worked it up back in shape.
Got lots of room for expansion in there, that's for sure.
For sure.
So
the keyboard is from a Cortimax.
It would be neat to see the NX machine's boot screen.
Which one? The NX, the more rare one.
Yeah, that would be neat to see the boot up screen for that.
Yeah, because did you guys redo it in your own language, or did you just leave the English ROMs like Microsoft had them?
I'm not sure. A Honda, let me check. A Honda é daquela buta com o quê? Na tela. It's a Tandy ROM modified one. It boots with the name of the company, Dynacon.
Okay. Maybe you guys could post that to the CoCo group sometime.
Oh, they are. They are the dataset groups. All Brazilian clone drones, people here find. They dump it there.
Yeah.
I'll get a link to you guys when I get to my computer.
Okay, that's cool.
You know the dataset site. It's something like a Brazilian site that archives publications and computer stuff, magazines, books, and it usually has ROMs from the clones. So
Oh no, I wasn't aware of that site. So
do they have an English option for reading it?
I'm not sure. It's been quite a while. Then take a look there. I only look at it when I'm searching for some Brazilian books.
Yeah.
I'll check it out. If not, I will point you guys to where these things are, and I'll post on Discord.
The other question I have is that TDP 100 a 16K or has it been upgraded to 64?
Most likely, Luciano probably expanded. Let me check. 64? 64?
Foi feito upgrade para 64. Ele é 16, foi feito upgrade para 64K.
So, yeah, the original is 16, and Luciano upgraded it to 64.
Ah, okay.
Now, one general question, since there was quite a few CoCo clones, I mean, the CP, the 1600, et cetera, how popular were CoCos there compared to some of the other clones like the Spectrums and Commodores? Was it kind of the same balance between, Commodore 64 being the most common, Spectrum probably being the second most common, down to the CoCo, or was it different in Brazil?
I'd say that out from my experience or from my days, it was in the very early days, the Apple IIs, the ZX clones, and the CP400 were the most common ones. And then right somewhere between the 80s, the MSX pretty much took over. It became the more popular Brazilian machine. And the CP400 lasted for quite a long, it was pretty much the one that lasted longer from the very first computers. But at that point, MSX and MSX2 were pretty much taking over. And even before the MSX2 got really hard here, the Amiga came over.
Yeah, we saw you showed an Amiga 600 earlier.
The
So
CP400 has a pretty good space. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think they even got officially distributed.
like not cloned, but actually sold as a Commodore Amiga 600.
Yep. All right, more questions?
Oh, I can't think of any off the top of my head. And I know your bandwidth's kind of going down here because it's so busy.
Yes, it is. Probably, I wanted to play that. Let me see. Ô, Luciano, aquele disco do Fight, você pegou ou não? Que eu te mandei no WhatsApp? Hey, I want to show you guys something.
Yeah, I was going to ask if you can show your game there because we just saw this title screen before.
Yeah, it's just a lot of people I kind of forgot. Let me see if Luciano can play around with Danielle. That would be fun. Ô, Daniel. Joga uma aqui, vocês dois ali. Só pegar o joystick ali e manda ver. É para dois? Aham. Tomar cuidado para não. Mas ó, o meu tá. Ah, legal.
It's a fighting game.
Yeah. Remember seeing the screenshots, a couple of video clips from it. Cool to see it in actual two-player head-to-head action, even though we're only getting a frame every 2 seconds or so.
Yeah.
Just touching another joystick. Yeah, this focus is going pretty bad here because of the light. There you go. Let me check the different position. And they're probably gonna give a go on some more games. So we were playing Outhouse, the original Outhouse, a little while ago.
Like the original, like the Model 1 and 3 version?
Yes, no, not the Model 3, the Coco 2 one.
Okay.
And we were playing some other games here. The guys here enjoy Dragonfire and some of the classics.
Yeah, it looks like a fun show. I think you guys definitely need a bigger venue for next year though, because it's crowded.
Yeah, it's too crowded. It's already set. Next year there's as far as the people organizing it, Luciano is one of the organizers. People are gonna hunt different. They already have a different place.
Are you guys gonna go out and have dinner together?
Most likely.
So it's like CoCo.
So we can have some more conversation without having to attend to visitors and everything.
Yeah.
Now, does this show run all weekend or is it just today?
Just today, once per year, and Mauricio. It's once per year, and sometimes there are editions in some other towns here, some towns close by. It's like a special edition of the event on these towns. But the main event is once per year.
Do you and Luciano live far away from this place?
No, we live in the same town.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and here in this city, I'm not sure if Luciano lives in this neighborhood. I live more to the north of the island. It's just like a half-an-hour drive.
That sure beats my 21-hour drive to Chicago CoCo Fest.
Yeah,
for sure.
I was going to ask if they had trouble with anything in the road.
Oh no, there was this stuff going on in Brazil because of election a while ago, but right now it's all perfect. And no trunks, no sofas.
Yeah, no sofas in the road.
and no elevators.
Yeah, and no bad elevators.
Well, we've got sofas in the trees now.
Yeah, from the windstorms.
All right, we I guess if all is fine about questions, we might.
I don't have any more questions, but I do know, like, since the bandwidth is pretty bad here right now because it's so so many people there. If you guys can actually shoot some videos of some of the stuff, like playing along with the robot arm and stuff, and some of the other demos you're planning on trying to show us, maybe record those and we can show them on the show next week.
Oh, sure. I will do later. As soon as this calms down, we're gonna play with those stuff there. I think Luciano might want to do something about this in the future, so I'll probably let him do it and then upload it to YouTube and all that. Oh, Mauricio is going home. See you later, Mauricio.
Nice seeing you.
Valeu, cara, conversamos. They came from a different town, so they're heading home early.
Yeah, tell Luciano to play some high color pictures on there that he's scarfed from my website from Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a couple that he's done himself.
I'm not sure if this exact computer here, probably that CoCo 3 can do it.
Yeah, the CoCo 3.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not hooked up yet.
Yep, that it is.
Yeah, that's playing Puyana, I think.
Oh, okay.
Let me see
he
if
can do it.
Files. O Ron perguntou se você tem alguma daquelas imagens de aquelas imagens de alta qualidade dele. Aqui. Ah, it says it's in a different card. It's home, not here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I could have asked it before if I knew you wanted to see it. It would be fun.
Next year.
Yeah.
Yep. Or maybe one day we'll probably get together here with friends and at Luciano's place or something like that. And it's more comfortable to have a conversation and do everything and try different stuff.
So do you guys ever get together and swap programs and stuff like they used to do in the old days?
Well, just modern, I guess.
Anymore.
Sometimes versions, right? We one of the guys has a version of a game or a translated adventure in Portuguese and stuff like that. But it's most of the software is usually sent to this data set, which is more like Brazilian CoCo archives.
Okay, that's good.
So we exchange those, right?
Yep.
Now, it really looks like a fun show. Some year, hopefully, I can make it down. Though I'll need you around as a translator because I don't understand Portuguese. So.
No, it's nice. They're gonna have a street fight. Well, they had a challenge there a little while ago, competition. It's just it's a tourist town, right? So it's a pretty good place to visit.
You guys celebrate Halloween, don't you?
Yep. This past years more often.
I was thinking of Ghost Rush, whether you had a copy of that going.
Acho que vai. Declare 2. Let's check this. Let's try this other one here. Marvel CP400 too. I gotta get my own back.
It's really cool to see. It's really cool to see familiar stuff being played, so far away.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. Let's see if you can load that. Let me just say something here to you, Luciano. É só ter que dar Clear 2 antes para liberar o resto da memória. Ele tem mais que o espaço. The size of the CP400 is pretty compact. Let's see if this.
We probably asked last time, but does that machine get very warm?
Basic load. Sorry?
Does that CP400 get very warm if it's on for a while?
This one, the first version, yes. Oh, here we go. Aha. There we go. I'm gonna have it going later up. Let me see if one of the joysticks is connected. Though I'm not gonna be able to fly it. That's correct. There we go. It's probably gonna be impossible to fly this and hold the phone at the same time.
No.
Yeah, don't worry about it. This is a sign of stuff that you can record the video or have somebody record the video for you. We can actually play the video from YouTube next week.
That would be good.
Yeah, it's going to be very complicated, but it's going. We're going to give it a try this later up here. I'm going to get some opinions from people, see what they think about it. It's a working version now, and this one here, the original one gets pretty warm, right? If you leave it on. We were just discussing it some days ago. If you leave it on for some hours, it might even crash, reboots or crashes, right? And then this version here, no, this one is the second revision. The CP402 already has that fixed.
Cool.
Yeah, so just shoot us a message there once you guys have recorded some videos from the show here that you throw up on YouTube. Just send me the links and I'll make sure we include it in the news next week.
All right, I'll do so.
Okay, well, thanks again, and say thanks to everybody in the CoCo corner there.
The link. All right, I will. Saying thanks. Right. All right, then.
Bye, guys.
Okay, we'll let you get back to your show there, and we'll look forward to seeing some videos next week.
All right. Thanks for the opportunity. Hope you guys enjoyed, and we're pretty happy, Dave the Lad happy and excited. And I'll catch you guys later then.
Okay. Catch you later. You can come on next week and explain everything.
Have a good one, Erico.
All right. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Game on news intro.
Let's do an ad first. I need to refresh my coffee.
Okay.
Hi, it's Chris Boyle, part of the CoCoTALK crew of people, and a lot of us are here down at the CoCo Fest, having a great time. It's the second day, and we're just about done, so you guys have to come out next year.
Hey everybody, this is Bill Noble, co-author of Nitrous 9. You are listening to CoCoTALK Live, the leading live CoCo talk show.
Good day, mates. This is Nick Marionettes, author of such color computer titles as Donut Disaster, Rupert Rhymes, and Rockstar Pilot. And I am here today to tell you about the world's most fabulous operating system, OS 9. OS 9 and its current incarnation Nitrous 9 is the most advanced operating system ever created. And what makes it so good? Ease of use. I find OS 9 so incredibly intuitive that I haven't once cracked open the user manual, and yet I've been able to create such incredible games faster than the time it takes to sing Waltzing Matilda. Using OS 9, I expect my next game, Funstar, will be done this weekend and distributed exclusively on ROM cartridge. OS 9 forever.
Any resemblance to actual events to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
Good morning, CoColand. This is Brian Schubring with Music Man here at the CoCo Fest. Having fun, fixing issues, and making things roll, and making lots of sound. Have a great day, guys.
The music is back.
The MIDI Maestro available now, only from Retro Innovations.
Go the number 4retro.com.
As you're enjoying CoCoTALK, we also want to remind you about the CoCo Discord server. This is a place where people come to connect, to ask questions, to provide answers, to share information, and to socialize. So when you're done, why don't you head on over to the CoCo Discord server and we'll continue the conversation there. The easy to remember link is discord.cocotalk.live. See you on Discord.
Let the Radio Shack TRS-80 put the world of color computing into your home. Instant loading program packs turn any color TV into an exciting game arcade. And there's more. The color computer is an educational aid, a home management tool, an up-to-the-minute electronic information service. The programmable, expandable TRS-80 color computer from $399 only at Radio Shack, the biggest name in little computers.
At Gsoft, we make games for the TRS-80 color computer, TRS-80 MC10, and Dragon computers. Our basic games cover the range of genres from arcade, to text adventures, to simulations, to 3D dungeon crawls. This is our latest puzzle game from Japan, Fruit Panic. So come on and drop by our website and download our latest games.
Greetings, YouTubers. Atari Leaf here, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
Okay, take it away, Curtis.
Okay. Make sure I got the sound turned on. Okay, so first of all, we got color computer programming, and that's the guy who's been just kind of learning basic as he goes. And this is kind of a graphical adventure game he's been working on. We've shown a few clips of it before, but now he's added little bits of musical soundtracks just using like the play command. And it kind of plays in the background until you move the joystick or hit some keys and stuff, and then it shuts off and lets you actually kind of run the game. Though I know, Mark Overholzer, you were talking earlier, might even in the pre-show, that you've been kind of starting to catch up on his channel too. So I was wondering, what's your opinion of what he's doing?
I just finding it interesting, just going through the basic and breaking it down. Nothing direct comes to mind at the moment, but it's just been one I've been following. So,
okay,
Well,
I know
no,
Alan Huffman likes following it too, because it's kind of a voyage of exploration. So I'll just play a little clip of it here so you can kind of see
Yeah,
a bit
please.
of it. And he purposely picked songs that he said, people would recognize it and are basically in public domain, so there's no like legal problems, like classic old stuff. Let's fast forward a little bit here.
Gonna leave the store and I'm gonna go outside. And now we're gonna get another song here. Alright, so this is For Elise by
And I'll let you watch the whole video, but basically it goes through some of the scenes that you go through, these different graphical scenes with some animated characters, with kind of musical backgrounds while you're kind of absorbing the scene when you first switch, and then when you start actually doing things, the music of course stops. So I thought that was kind of an interesting way to approach it, especially from a basic program where it's a lot more difficult to try to play songs in the background while you're doing something else. So but it was interesting. I like the direction it's taking. He's planning on making this as a multi cassette set, because he's actually making this to work off a cassette instead of requiring a disk drive. So it's going to have several different sections of that you load in as you progress. So an entire new basic program for the next section will load in with new graphics and new music and whatever else. So pretty ambitious little project for just kind of learning basic as you go. So looking forward to see where he goes with it. Next up, we have a few from Jim Gary. The first one here is a puzzle program called Reverse, originally written for the TRS-80 Model 1 and 3, Level 2 Basic, by Ramon Zamora. And it's from the 1978 book, What Happens When You Hit Return. So it's a pretty old one, and you can see the date here on the screen that it was written September 13th, 1978. So this is going way back, several years before the CoCo itself came out. So I'll play a little bit of that.
I always thought when you hit return, you end up with graphic modes that they say can't exist.
I usually crash a machine before that ever happens. So basically, it's a number scramble game type thing where you have to kind of flip it around.
And this is a guy trying to fix EOU. Yeah.
Well, just ask David about my screensavers. I mean, bug testing.
Oh yeah, some wonderful screensavers.
You mean release candidates?
I wouldn't even go that far. Crash candidates. Anyway, for a 1978 game, it actually does some animation on the positioning of the characters and stuff, which I thought was kind of cool. Instead of just printing stuff plainly, which a lot of the earliest basic games you saw in some of the books by Creative Computing, etc., was all based on the fact that most machines didn't have any way to control the cursor position. You would just basically just print almost like a teletype. So this actually was, semi-advanced for the 1978 timeframe. So that's the first one he ported over. The next one he did is actually one that Nick will recognize, because Rally SG is kind of the same thing. So this is a Rally X program that he did, and he did this with a little bit of help. So he had both Darren Atkinson, who did a routine to speed up the drawing of the background by using strings with a little ML subroutine. And then he also used some help from Greg Dion, the guy who does the MC10 basic compiler, which allows you to register the keys being held down. So rather than in key, which only registers you hit it and then you have to lift up and hit it again, you can actually hold down a key to get automatic key repeat type thing. So he's using both of those routines from both of those programs in this to create a Rally X game in SG4, or SG6, I should say. So 64 by 48. And he actually uses some of the text characters that you get those weird, green vertical stripes to give it a bit more of a high-res look than it really is. And apparently it's parts of some game jam contest thing. I'm not sure about that. The retro programmer's inside. Now, if I remember correctly, this mode is limited to the number of colors, so you don't get all your colors at once on the MC10 here. But he's even got the radar map there, you'll see. And but you can see the scrolling. I mean, for basic, this is definitely running faster than a standard basic would be. So Darren Atkinson's little string convert to the background graphics routine is definitely helping a fair bit here.
Yeah, that looks like a machine code subroutine of sorts. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, even the sound effect of it blowing up is not a standard MC10 sound command. So
no,
it's a basic program aided by some ML routines, but it makes a huge difference.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, we've all seen the game before, so if you want to check out the full video, but he's actually got it available for download too. But it's a nice little MC10 game, I have to say. It's kind of pushing it a little bit for the
Is
for a
it
basic
true,
program.
Curtis, you don't have a MC10?
I do not. I think I would break my fingers trying to type on that small keyboard. So
You've got a port EOU.
yeah. No. I don't think you could even port. Well, level 1, you might be able to have a shot. I'm not familiar enough with 6803. I know it's more limited. Like, I don't know how easy it is to write, full, 32 or 24K or whatever programs with completely program independent code, which OS9 kind of requires.
Here's the big question. A lot of people tell me I still look the same.
Oh, sorry. Who's saying what?
Well, hasn't Jim Gary already written a port for the MC10?
Of OS9 or Nitrous 9?
Right. I think he would have done it by now.
Yeah, I think he would have too. But I can't, from what I remember, I don't think there's all the long branches and the LEA load effective address commands that make position independent code that's bigger than 256 bytes decent. I mean, you can do it with like multiple branches, jumping over like the Apple II does, but it's definitely not as easy. So it would you have to write more code to have these intermediate branches and stuff.
Well, don't you at least have a loose door?
Pardon me?
Well, don't you at least have a loose door? You need an MC10.
Anyway, I was pretty impressed with the Rally X game, so that's one I want to show. And then the last one here is another historical one. Little Breakout. This is based on the original Steve Wozniak one. Now, Steve originally wrote this as a little demo game in BASIC for his integer BASIC for the original Apple II. So before Microsoft made AppleSoft BASIC, which has floating point and stuff, this is what came with an Apple II. And Mark, correct me if I'm wrong. I think there was even the option to load this off tape instead of ROM, wasn't there?
Yeah, it was a tape game, and use the paddle so you could, move little pong paddle back and forth. So yeah, very cool. Great demo of the color graphics, because when the thing came out in '77, it was kind of unique.
Yeah.
The whole reason the Apple II was created was for that one game.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah. And also he worked on the original one at Atari too.
He did some. I know some of the stuff he borrowed kind of from that, and I know they did some optimization on reducing chip counts on things. And that's a whole nother interesting story about.
And the whole color burst artifact colors and stuff too. So.
Yeah.
So this is historical, on the Apple II itself, and it's also historical from being, from Steve Wozniak, a legend in the industry. So this is a port he did, and this also includes the hold down a key for key repeat thing that he borrowed from Greg Dion. So I think he had made a version of this before, but it was the old InKey one where you had to like tap the button every time to move your paddle, and it's really hard to keep up. So this actually should play a lot better than Jim's original version as well. Anyway, we've all seen Pong. I don't think this has the greatest physics controlling what direction the ball goes when it hits either bricks or your paddle. But I mean, this is early days. Next up, and this is kind of a sequel to last week. Now, last week I mentioned that Paris Surratt had mentioned that the next AGD Games pack, which is ported from the AGD engine for the Spectrum, had come out, converted for the Dragon and the CoCo. And I forgot to mention that this is actually not just Para that does this. This is a dual thing by him and Kees Van Os. So my apologies to Kees for not mentioning his name. I should mention it every time we mention these AGB ports. But anyway, they released Game Pack 58 last week, and now Game Pack 59 is already followed a week later, which is 7 more games. So there's Dungeon Escape, Escape Room, Fat Hearts, Gassy Glasgow, Minty's Marvelous Travels, and then there's 2 versions of Mahjong in the Sewer World. There's an easy version and a hard version. And as usual, on the World of Dragon archive form, where you can download for both the Dragon and the CoCo, you can download it for emulators with long file names or short ones for the SDC. He's got a ton of screenshots here, so we can take a quick look at those. So here's the Dungeon Escape splash screen, and then some of the actual gameplay screens there.
And I think something also worth mentioning about all of these games in this pack is that they're all made by 10 to 11-year-old kids.
Oh, he's done 1 or 2 of those before, but I didn't realize that this was one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they use this as kind of a game programming course they take as young kids, right?
Yeah.
Did we get a chance to try any of these, Ken? Or
I looked them over. I haven't tried them yet, but I ran out of time.
Yeah, you were busy. We'll get to you in the news. Yeah, so here's Escape Room with some fairly nicely drawn. If these are done by 10, 11-year-olds, keys and robots and things here. There's Fat Hearts, which actually has a bunch of ladders and a bomb. Not quite sure what the gameplay's like.
So only 7 new games. Quiet week.
Well, 1 a day. I mean, that's 2 weeks in a row they've done 1 a day. So,
Yeah,
so Nick, they got 14 games out in 2 weeks by 10 and 11-year-olds. And how long have you been working on Jump and Joy now?
I'm just a beginner. Give me time.
Oh, don't worry. I could give you some motivation.
Oh, God. Here comes the creepy.
Yeah. We're still waiting for David Ladd to finish his game, of course, but
we're still waiting for him to clean up his room.
That's true. Yeah, the 10 and 11-year-olds are even ahead of David on that.
Shush.
So here's Gassy Glasgow, which actually has little noxious fume clouds, I think it looks like here. So I'm kind of interested in the gameplay on that one, I have to say.
Yeah.
Looks interesting. And then the Minty's Marvelous Travels. And of course, these are, convert from the Spectrum, which has the color attributes you can put for each 8x8 block of a foreground color, background color. These are just coming out black and white, because if you strip the color, actually their graphic screen is the exact same as their pre-mode 4. So that's the easiest way to do convert. So this is a Mahjong one that has both an easy and a hard one, the Sewer World type thing. So this one actually almost looks like it would have been a pretty interesting one to see in full color, the title screen here. You can kind of tell where they're shooting for, but because of the way the colors work, you're not getting the full effect here on the CoCo versions, unless you want to redraw the graphics yourself. And here they call it the kid version for the easy one. It looks like a platformer style game. And apparently it even has music. And then the men version, which is the hard one. I don't have a clue what the difference is between the two. So you can go get that at the World of Dragon archive forum. It's a straight download. You can, like I said before, you can get the ones for emulators, and you can get the ones for the SDC, and you can get both Dragon 3264 and CoCo 1, 2, 3 versions on there. So 7 more new games to play. Next up, we have Rob's Retro Rambles. Does a video here playing a game called And All Because. Now, the full title of the game comes out a little bit later as you go, so it's kind of a quirky, almost as quirky as Outhouse style as far as what the game purpose is. But once again, you can see the artwork that the Dragon people got, which, most of our stuff did not.
Hello, you. This is And All Because on the Dragon 32. A game that I've tried before. You might have seen that video where it failed to work, and that's because I was loading a WAV file of the cassette, and I think it was World of Dragon says that because of certain commands, it doesn't work on emulators. Well, it wasn't an emulator, but the motor commands weren't going to work when just played as a WAV file for my phone. So yeah, that one. What?
I'll fast forward to let you guys see a little bit of the gameplay here.
He has nail polish on, doesn't he?
Yeah, I saw that. That's a new one. I don't know. Maybe he's in a rock band or something. I have no idea. That's this little loading screen. There's 9 stages to the game, so there's actually a fair bit of gameplay, and the gameplay is quite a bit different between the stages too. He doesn't get to them all, obviously, because he never does. But here's the full title. All because the lady loves Milky Chalks, which is a game title you will never see in North America normally, I would say. And it's written in BASIC, and it does have the support for the high-speed poke. Now, I did mention in the comments there, because he wasn't sure what that meant. Basically, it's to speed up a basic program. The game's written in BASIC, but somebody mentioned in the comments, and maybe some of you Dragon people or people in the chat might know better than I, but somebody there mentioned that apparently the high-speed poke does not work on all Dragons. Now, I know the high-speed poke did not work on the very earliest CoCo ones unless you snip some capacitors and stuff. It would just freeze up when you try to do the high-speed poke. But is anybody familiar with the Dragons that don't?
No, but does MC10 have a high-speed poke? Do you know?
Nope.
It does have the option of getting the 6303, which is a Hitachi enhanced CPU, where you can, do some programming with extra stuff there that you can probably get a little bit of speed up on certain things. But no, there's no high speed.
Yeah, I've never heard of that. Yeah.
And as far as I can tell, basically the very hard, basically just now from watching how slow it goes, I probably think it'd be easier to play with the high speed poke, except maybe on some of the later levels. So anyway, I'll just show a little bit of some of the level gameplay here.
Are they going to show some chocolates?
He never gets far enough to get the chocolates to her, so no.
That's a dead end. I wasn't planning ahead.
And they definitely ramp up in level. Like the first level, you basically are just trying to get up to that center exit on the top middle. And you have a timer, and you get more points if you do it faster. So it's basically just a speed run. It's the only way to die is to let the timer run on. You have to be pretty bad to do that in this level.
Strawberries.
Random. Well, they call them mushrooms.
Those are mushrooms?
Oh.
But they randomly appear, so many of them at the beginning. So if you can start moving right off the bat, you don't have to wait for them to show up, but you have the chance of getting one stamped right on your head. So.
Okay, so under stage 3 already. Okay. Oh.
This is a bit of more of an interesting one. It attempts to do some scrolling. You can speed up. This is a little slower. You can change the speed of your horse, but basically, you got these obstacles. You got to time your jumps over, and then you start getting taller ones. You have to time your jump earlier, and you can speed up and slow down, which makes it easier to crash into them and not jump on the right thing. And if I remember correctly, this is the last level he ever managed to get to.
I don't know if that was sensible. Oh, I'm slowing down.
But he always does his videos with a fair bit of humor, tongue-in-cheek type stuff there too. So it's just a fun video to watch.
Animation, that horse is quite nice.
And listen to.
I'm gonna go. Oh, that's a bigger one.
This looks like Run Horsey Run.
Oh, we're all dead.
But does he have to duck under things?
Yeah. So anyway, having 9 stages, basic game, it actually looks pretty interesting. I think I would probably play with double speed enabled. Or full double speed in a CoCo 3 type thing, but not bad for a basic game.
Will this be game of the week?
Ken?
I've never seen a copy of it, so
apparently it's on the World of Dragon archive. So
okay,
that's where you can find it. Since it's basic, you might have to save it in ASCII off the Dragon and then reload it in ASCII on the CoCo, because I think isn't like the MC10 where the tokens are different between the two? I can't remember now. You people with Dragons might know.
Don't know.
I know the tokenizing is different between the Dragons and the CoCos. I don't know about the MC10 though.
So you should be able to get it converted over, and because it's just basic, there's no machine language subroutines as far as I know. It should, once you convert it over to the right tokens, if that's needed even, it should run perfectly fine.
Hey, have we ever had a MC10 game of the week?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Yeah.
We've had
actually just this year, wasn't it?
Yeah, we did Pac-Man, and then we also did that one from Infuto, where you could play it on MC10 or
CoCo 1, 2, or 3.
CoCo 1, 2, or 3.
Okay. Cool.
Next up after that, we have FRGCB Dude on YouTube, his channel, and that stands for Finnish Retro Game Comparison Blog, but it's not ProtoNL that we've had on the show before. So this is one of his comparison videos. So he does these things he calls, I think, 4-play or something like that, which is basically taking 4 platforms of the same game. Now, unlike other ones that usually do these comparison videos, oh, sorry, I'm thinking of the next one. Never mind. So basically, he's doing a bunch of cross-platforms games in a game called Hunchback. Now, this actually did appear in the arcade, but it was a UK game, so I don't know if it ever made it to North America. I never saw it in any of the arcades I frequented. In fact, I never heard of the game until I saw the Dragon version. But basically, he goes through and does a comparison videos with a whole bunch of them here, which I'll list here. So these are the versions he's got: C64, Oric 1 Atmos, Acorn BBC Micro, Acorn Electron, Dragon 3264, Commodore VIC-20, MSX, Sinclair ZX Spectrum, Amstrad CPC, IBM PC Compatibles, which is running in composite mode, CGA, just a bit of a different there. Atari 400, 800 prototype, so the game was never officially released, but it was pretty well, like 80, 90% done. And then the TNN 4A. So I'll play a little bit of the arcade just so you can kind of see what the base game was, and then I'll just fast forward to the Dragon part. There's a sample of one of the artwork for the Spectrum.
Game system operational.
He had a speech synthesis chip in the arcade. A couple of the other ones actually used that chip too.
But that one I understood.
So amazing.
So basically, you just have to dodge obstacles one screen at a time and go ringing the bell, basically.
That poke can hurt you.
And this is one where you can see when arrows come up from behind you, you basically have to have played long enough to memorize what's coming at you to know what you should do on certain levels. And you got a little map on the bottom there that you can see how far you have to go to rescue the girl at the end. And there's stuff later on like swinging vines, a la, Pitfall. Anyway, so that's the arcade version. So let's fast forward to the Dragon. I'll let you guys watch the video yourselves if you want to compare it with some of the other platforms. And this one he actually took the time to show the loading screen from cassette, which is a higher semi-graphics. I think it's actually semi-graphics 24, higher than what Nick uses, just to show the loading screen. So it takes a while to load because it's a pretty big screen, but actually it's a pretty good use of semi-graphics. They did some good stuff, mixing some of the text and some decent, graphics, like the little castle with the cross in it and stuff that you're seeing on the screen now. And then all the colors. And I have to say, even on the Dragon, I didn't see too many loading screens that did this high res.
Wonder what the BS stands for.
I do know Ocean did most of the ports for most of the computers, though. So Ocean Software was a cross-platform developer.
Flames.
Jump too soon.
And while you don't have an actual timer, you have that guy crawling up the wall is going to get you if you take too long. So it kind of does have a timer. But not a horrible game. It basically captures the arcade version. Obviously lower res, and since they didn't have artifact colors on PAL, there's no black background. But I think pretty faithful to the arcade game for the most part.
A bit of a blunt stick up your butt there.
And this particular level, the little fireballs coming at you reminds me a lot of Dragon Fire.
Yeah.
Castle Stage. The Dragon Fire came out several years after this.
Now that the Ding Dong sound would cause my dog to start looking for see who's here at the door. She does that on occasion.
And Tom Eric Gunderson in the chat is mentioning that the same artwork was used for the various versions too. He said the Dragon version had the same cover art as the Spectrum one that was shown earlier. And then Phantom 8-Bit, which I believe is James Diffendaffer, I said Dragon Basic does have different tokens. MC10 had different tokens as well. So you'd have to convert them both. If you're converting source code, basic source code from either. So basically save it in ASCII, which just saves individual letters, not tokenized keywords, load it back into the other machine, which will take longer because it's loading 1 byte at a time instead of 1 byte is an entire command. But then you can just save it in binary afterwards to load fast. But it will obviously get converted on the fly that way, which is nice. So yeah, that's pretty cool. An arcade game, like I said, the arcade game was actually made by Century in the UK, and actually says that right on the arcade title screen. So I don't know if that ever made it across here or not. I don't know how many games from the European market and arcades would have came to North America anyway. Obviously, some of the Japanese ones were quite common, but I don't remember seeing any UK ones. And for you guys that frequented the arcades in the 80s, like I did, but down in the States there, did you guys ever see many European or UK games in the arcades? Or just North American and Japanese mainly?
I think the issue is the machines that were in the arcades were owned by software houses. So, Midway Games, Atari Games, Canadian Games.
But Midway did bring over some Japanese ones, I know.
But no British companies had hardware here in the U.S. to run their games on, and Williams wasn't going to put something on their machine. They're going to run the vendor. So where would you ever see these? Is I guess my question.
Well, I would imagine they do some of the same base hardware, like CPUs and speech and sound chips. I'm assuming would be the same. So
right, but where would the machines be? Because the machines were made by it was very tied together. So Williams software ran on machines made by Williams and were rented to arcades by people who bought them from Williams. And how would Brits get over here? I never saw any. I never saw any hardware from them, I guess is what.
Yeah. Like I knew they made little upgrade kits where you could take the same base hardware and put a completely different game on it just by swapping ROMs and maybe a little satellite board or something like that. So I was wondering if maybe some of the hardware based designs were close enough between the two. Because I wouldn't imagine that, because I'm sure we send some games their way, that they would want to have some sort of common hardware platform so you don't have to reinvent the wheel or, like you said, ship stuff across or sub-license it to somebody to manufacture in the States, but I could be wrong. And the last one here is Foreplay, which is basically where he puts in the 4 platforms of playing the same game, and you can get to see the comparisons. And we've featured a few of their videos before, and basically what he does is he has all 4 graphical parts going at once. You can kind of compare between them. But then he has a little sound icon, a speaker icon beside the one he's playing the sounds from at that particular moment. So you can actually figure out what they sound like different. So in this case here, he's doing Space Zap. Now, in the CoCo's version, or the CoCo Dragon version here, he's using Cosmic Zap by Spectral Associates. So it's not an official licensed one like some of the other ones are here. And speaking of Midway, Rick, it's actually the Midway game, Space Zap. So I will play that, and you guys can kind of compare, and I'll fast forward a little bit for the sound. So here we're comparing the Atari 8-bit, the Bally Astrocade, the Dragon 32, and the Atari 2600 VCS. You can see some splash and loading screens there. Now, of course, they didn't get the artifact in colors on Cosmic Zap like we did for the Spectral version here in North America. So it's going to be in a green background, which is kind of somewhat ugly, I guess, but I'll just fast forward a little bit to the actual gameplay is going. In this case, you're hearing the sound effects from the Atari 8-bit.
Because they have a sound chip.
Yeah. Now fast forward to the Bally Astrocade sound. You can compare that. And that sounds like Bally to me. That just sounds like Wizard of War sound effects. That's a little more colorful, honestly, than the Atari 8-bit version. Now fast forward to the Dragon CoCo one, which is one I do remember because I used to play this a fair bit. Standard spectral sound effects they reused in a ton of their games. Now, the CoCo Dragon version has some extra features that you don't see in the other ones. Like it has a heat gauge, and if you fire too much, you'll overheat your gun, and then you can't fire at all, and then you just get decimated. So you have to kind of keep track, and you can't just hold down the fire button and go nuts. So actually, it has a bit of extra gameplay, honestly, than the other two versions you've seen so far. And then I'll just let you hear the Atari 2600 VCS version and what that sounds like. Sounds very 2600-ish, I have to say. But it's a very simple game. It's a very early one. I think it came out in 1980, if I remember the original arcade game. I will mention there is a CoCo 3 specific version of this game that will be included on the ease of use version 1 coming out soon, written in Basic 09. So don't expect, pristine sound effects, but the graphics actually, I would say, rival any of these. And it's quite fun. It's a little bit too easy at the beginning, but it does get harder as it goes. So you guys will get a chance to try that out in the next month or two, once I get all the ones made. And
everyone's got a black background except for the CoCo or the Dragon. That's snotty green.
Yeah, I personally would have picked the white buff one instead of this.
It really stands out like a sore thumb.
Yeah. The CoCo one doesn't sound as bad. I mean, you get the white border, but it's a black background, orange and blue and white shapes and stuff. So it looks better.
This would be a good one for semi-graphics.
Yeah, actually it would. Get on that, Nick.
Okay, I'll have it ready this afternoon.
That actually probably would be possible because it's not that complicated of a game to write. I will mention one thing that was mentioned in the comments. I'll just turn the volume down a little bit here. That people that were reviewing it in the comments here, they said the one thing about the Dragon version that's better than any of the other three is that when you get to the stage where you got the TIE fighters going around, all the other ones kind of cheat and they just kind of go in straight lines. The only one that did the circular motion around your base, like the original arcade, is the Dragon one. I'm not sure why that is. I definitely know we had a bit more advanced math on the CPU than the other three systems have, so maybe that had something to do with it. But you can see right now the Ballyastra kid's just doing a diamond shape, which is kind of cheap.
Yeah.
So one point there for the Dragon versus the other one. So anyway, that's it for the Game On news. So there's a ton of new AG games to do.
Okay.
And I don't think, Ken, we've done Cosmic Zap for the Game On Challenge yet, have we?
Not that I know of, nope.
Okay, so there's another one you can throw into your list, along with Space Wreck and a few others I've mentioned. And soon to be, there will be a CoCo 3 one that's actually called Space Zap, even though it's not licensed by Floyd Wrestler. That'll be a part of ease of use. So now I got regular news. I don't know, did you want to do the intro for that, Mark, or just...
From around the world, what you need to know. Get caught up on News with L. Curtis Boyle.
And now a Muppet News Flash.
Okay, so before I get started on the actual news here, I just wanted to mention one thing because there was a bit of a change of plans. So we had advertised the last couple of weeks, and specifically last week, that we were doing the Part 2 30th anniversary of Nitrous 9 interview special with Boise Pete, covering the second decade of Nitrous 9 development and what all happened. And we were originally talking about having it merged into the show this week or next week, depending how long this one ran with the live stuff from Brazil. And Steve decided, since the interview actually ended up being 2 hours long, that he's decided to release it as its own separate episode. So you notice the episode number today is 2 higher than it was last week. So that recording is already out on YouTube. I think on Facebook and Twitch too. I'm not sure if the podcast version of it's out yet, but for those of you that watch the video podcast or listen to the audio podcast version, if it's not out now, it will be probably by the end of the weekend. So that will be its own separate episode. And if you're into Nitrous 9 or just history of CoCo stuff like I am, it's a really, really good episode. I thought I got a fair bit of praise of it in private emails and also comments on Facebook and the chat, et cetera, too. So
I watched the whole thing. Yep, it's good.
Yeah. Yeah. Nick fell asleep about 5 minutes and he told me he was dreaming about trash cans. And
until my name popped up, then I woke up. No, well, I listened to it last night. No, that was all right. Yeah.
Yeah, there was stuff new to me because this is the one time in the CoCo's history where I was more in the periphery. I was still doing the games website and I'd be doing updates in there, but I wasn't paying that much attention to what was happening everywhere else. I'd catch stuff on the lists or once in a while, but that was about it. And so there was a lot of stuff there I didn't know. And I know Bill, who helped co-host it a little bit there, he didn't know some of it either. So it was
that was about the stage where you left Nitrous 9, wasn't it? And
well, yeah, specifically, I handed it off to Boise, as did Alan Cock.
Right.
We both sent him pieces that we had been working on, and basically he took over at that point. And we are now starting to set up for the third and final set of interviews. And this will be a bigger panel, because this is once Boise kind of released it to the public around the 2012-13 mark, is when it became a much more open source project with a lot more contributors. Now, there's no way we'll get them all on here. There's time zone differences because of people in Europe. There's language differences in some cases. So some people have bandwidth issues, like Robert Galt. We've tried inviting him before, and he just doesn't have the bandwidth to participate in the live show. But there's hopefully going to be quite a few more people on there. David Ladd, he was involved with it. I was involved at the very end of it on some CoCo 1 stuff. Rick, I don't remember if you were involved in that. I don't think you were at that time, but we'll get a panel of like 5 or 6 people is what I'm kind of hoping for to kind of go through that, and that'll be the final celebration of the 30th anniversary.
Has there ever been an operating system that's had so many people work on such a long piece of work?
Well, I'd say Windows, Mac OS, Linux.
Yeah, all those. The Amiga even.
Yeah, the Amiga's still getting new versions out. Yeah. How about GEOS on the C64? Is that kept going?
Yeah, that's still going. Yeah.
Sorry, Rick, what were you saying?
I was just going to say we must be contesting for the most done after officially dropped.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of true, because I mean, some of the other ones have remain commercial things. Like the Amiga OS is still sold with its new versions. In fact, there's competing ones that fight in court all the time. Yeah, you might be right on that. Taking that in consideration, I think that actually maybe we are a bit longer on still going and still expanding the operating system and stuff too.
I mean, as a desktop,
Yeah, and some other ones have been expanding based on, like, here's a new piece of hardware, like a new FPGA CPU or something that gives you a ton of extra power and time, or speed, I should say, not time, but and then kind of steers towards that, as opposed to like trying to get the original hardware running better and better and better. Though there are some other ones, like what's that new C64 OS? It's basically it uses the text mode to reprograms all the characters, so it actually looks like a graphics screen. It has like a control panel and pop-ups and all kinds of stuff. It's actually pretty decent.
The Amstrad has one too.
Yeah.
Symbios, I think it's called. I can't remember.
Yeah. So actually, you might be right on in certain specific viewpoint that ours is a competitive, long-running thing here.
And you need a fourth chapter to your video shows of the EOU era.
No, I actually had thought of that when I first realized it was the 30th anniversary, because somebody else told me. I didn't realize it at all. But we push EOU enough on the show that it's going to be like a self-serving thing. If you want to see, development of EOU, just look at all the interviews with us when we're releasing a new version, including the one coming up, version 1. So I don't think it really needs to be its own separate thing. Unless Nick wants to host it and blow, my ego up instead of me doing his all the time on the show. So
will this version 1 be released with the control panel upgrade stuff?
Yes.
Good. Cool. Looking forward
to
to
new
it.
mouse, let's hope. New mouse.
I'm not in charge of the hardware.
I was going to say there's already 2 types of mice out for.
I'm talking about the software mouse.
Like the regular software mouse, or trying to get the high-res one to work without killing you?
Yeah, the high-res software one, if it works.
Yeah, well, the biggest problem there is the CPU time required for it is going to really slow things down. So that's the one thing. I might still try it just to see if there's some way I can get it, but just because of the way he has to sample, like Sockmaster Engineer's routine, like I think I literally have to kill multitasking for long periods of time to try to do all that subsampling and stuff there, because you can't let the CPU wander off and do a disk IO thing or something in the middle of it.
Never say can't.
Just move to a serial mouse. It's only 3 bytes of data.
Or 5, depending which kind you have, yeah.
It would work on an FPGA with all the speed that it has.
Oh, I mean, they have their own mice drivers built in, so that would work fine. Matchbox, I know Bill's perfectly fine with it. It's running slower than the CoCo 3 FPGA is. The problem is because of the way that routine works, is that you're actually waiting for, like, you can probably explain it better than I, Nick, but aren't you waiting for stuff like capacitors to slowly discharge or something in real time? How does that work?
Not capacitors, but it does take more processing. It takes more processing to get the extra data, but
it's also it's physically waiting a certain amount of time to read something to catch that in between measurement, right?
Yeah, well, you are trying
to. Like, you can't speed that up. I could optimize the code to run faster, but that would screw it up.
You are trying to do the impossible. So,
actually, Curtis, I think that you'll find that it's a faster routine than the high-res joystick interface.
Really? Because that does slow things down quite a bit.
Yeah, I think it takes less CPU time than that device.
Oh, in that case, well, then I should go ahead.
And what you need is a 6309 optimized code, because I think the code that was out was 6809.
Well, that's why I was questioning. You guys know better how that routine works. From my brief look at it from last time, it does look like there's a timing that's not based on the CPU speed. There's a timing based on physical time for something to discharge, whatever the heck it was, that you have to physically wait a certain amount of time. And if you speed up the routine, you just have to add no ops in to wait that much longer.
The discharge is the high res, the Tandy one, but you do have to put NOPs in there to get a smaller cycle count. Yeah. Anyway, that's getting technical. It's not really this part of the show, but
yeah. No, we're allowed to get technical. Steve will get upset, but this is still fine.
Steve who?
He's not here to rage quit today.
Anyway, moving on.
Anyway, expect ease of use will be coming out before the end of the year. I'm hoping before December 1st. And this other interview that we're trying to do here, because I have to line up a bunch of people, that's probably going to be the end of November, beginning of December when we actually do that. Depending on when people can make it to that particular show, we might do another off Saturday thing, or it might be on a Saturday. We'll have to see who's able to make it and when. So we'll keep you posted. Okay, so next up, Voidstar Tech did a demo here using a Y modem 232 demo usage, and he's actually going between a PET and a CoCo and talking back and forth over a Y modem, which this is, I think, what David Ladd has done a lot of experiments with. Correct me if I'm wrong, David. Or you can be snoozing too, or busy with your brother. So, but basically, he goes through and gets them both connected at 1200 baud, just to basically talk back. Now, there was some weird things I actually asked him about, and he wasn't quite sure what's going on either. Maybe I'll kill the sound here. But basically, there were some weird delays where it looks like it was buffering some stuff instead of setting each individual characters at a time, where suddenly it would do a burst of like 20 characters or something like that. So here's loading GE term on the CoCo on the right. He's got the PET on the left. Fast forward a bit here. Starting to select the parameters for baud rates, etc. Does the ATI command, which on a regular Hayes modem back in the day would give you some information about what version of the ROMs or what speed modem, what type of modem maybe you use for robotics or a Hayes or whatever. On the Y modem, it actually returns information on the Y modem settings itself, like IP addresses and firmware additions and all that kind of stuff. And he kind of does that on both machines, so you can see that it's talking. He's also got these wirelessly hooked up through an actual LAN too. So these are actually connecting through IP as well. That's the Y modem is handling all that low-level stuff. And here you can see that you can type in between, and then there's some issues where you have to change a few settings and stuff to get around. He's running GE term here on a CoCo 3, which does support lowercase in the 32 column mode, but that's not what he picked. He picked one of the CoCo 1.2 modes to show what it would look like on a CoCo 1 and 2. And he doesn't have any voice commentary, but he does have a text commentary in the upper left where he kind of goes through and explains what he's showing you at each particular point in time. Here he's kind of going through the fact that the terminal emulations had stuff for controlling where the cursor was, or maybe the color of the text or whatever else, and how not all terminal programs are equal that way, or had different standards, like the vidtex one that he was mentioning from CompuServe. Here he switches to the 40 column true lowercase on the CoCo 3. GE term, I should mention, if you have a CoCo 1 and 2, actually supported the graphics screen, so you could go up to, I think, 51 by 24 with upper lowercase, just drawing on P mode 4. Anyway, it's pretty interesting to see, taking two 8-bit machines, one from, the 1980s era and the pet's actually from the 70s, and having them, contact and talk to each other over a WAN, a wireless network, using modern Y modems that basically still use commands that we're all familiar with from the BBSing days, with the AT command set from Hayes. So pretty interesting stuff there, and shows that you can actually get computers talking to each other, still modern days, even though nobody has a phone landline anymore, which is what the old ones were all based on. Next up, Robert Emery, who's a guy who's been involved with CoCo for years and years. I remember talking to him quite a bit on the Fido CoCo and OS9 groups way back in the day. He kind of hadn't seen him in a while, and he's actually rejoined. He's joined our Discord. He's pumping out the videos and stuff now. So now he's going to do a bit of a tour of his CoCo 3P. Now, I don't want to play the whole thing here because it's almost 6 minutes long, but you should watch the whole thing. This is a CoCo 3 that he converted into being a portable CoCo 3. And I'll play a little bit so you can see a little bit of the stuff that's in here, but you'll have to watch the full video to get the full picture.
Greetings, fellow retro computing enthusiasts, and a special shout out to all my fellow coconuts. What you're looking at right now is my personal color computer 3 that I actually call the CoCo 3P, and we'll discuss why I call it that in a minute. I've just pulled this out of storage for the first time in a few years, and this is going to be a little project of mine to get it working again. And I'm going to take this time to show you guys some of the mods that I did to this over the years. And right off the bat, as we look at the top of it, you can see a few things are different than a normal color computer 3. First of all, I always put a power LED in my color computers. This one is no longer used and fallen through the hole. I actually have one in the keyboard here now, and this one does double duty. We'll talk more about that later too. You might also notice a giant hole here in the top, and you can see the components right on the motherboard right in there. This hole actually holds a joystick from a Nintendo 64 controller. Alright, and as you can see, I've got a cartridge in here. It's not just any cartridge. That's a disc controller. Let's just take a look over here, and there, you can see it.
So a CoCo 3 with a built-in 3.5-inch floppy drive.
Yeah, why didn't Candy do that?
Actual floppy drive built into my color computer 3. Let's go ahead and pull the top off of this. I've already got all the screws out.
Yes, they have a car battery to make it work.
So first thing you'll notice, nice cooling fan. I actually punched holes in the top here where it used to be solid. Give it a little airflow. That's a Pentium CPU fan and a little bit of cardboard to duct it.
His plastic machining is really nice.
Yeah, looks nice and clean.
So as you can see, what I have in here is actually a very thin line laptop drive. That drive looks to be less than 3/4 of an inch tall, and it just barely fits under the board. Also, as you can see, I've got my power coming to a 12-volt plug, so this will run off 12 volts DC. Lift up
Got rid
the
of the
keyboard
transformer.
here. It's already detached. Okay, so this circuit is actually, and it was glued down, but the hot melt doesn't hold up over time. This circuit is actually to detect when the high-speed poke is engaged, so it gives me a turbo light. So the power light on the keyboard will be green when the power is on, and it'll be amber if the high speed is engaged. Also in here, you see a little simple 1-watt amplifier. That speaker is just sticking by magnet to the keyboard. It's also supposed to be glued down, but didn't hold over time. And that wire, that's the wire that comes.
Anyway, that's enough of a teaser for you. So go check out his video for the rest of it. But yeah, it's really cool because a lot of people in the 90s were doing these huge case mods. A lot of people were putting in PC tower cases and, you know, putting multi-packs in. I'm sure Rick Hewlin has done a ton of these he could tell you about. Frank Swaggart made a portable one that he put in a wooden case that reminded me of the one we saw at the Brazilian show we saw earlier. That he used to take and you know, set up, and he even had a little black and white 5-inch screen built into the case with floppy drives and everything. So he'd haul it around like a suitcase, but it was completely self-contained. And Tim, I think you're the one who's been kind of requesting some of the case mods and rebuilds and repacks.
Yeah,
so what started you off on that tangent?
I don't want to say yet. It's for a surprise later.
Oh, okay. But you are the person to contact for anybody who's done that before.
Oh yeah, I'm looking for stories.
Okay. Anyway, go check out the videos. They're really cool, and it's really good to see that Bob is back in the CoCo community actively again here too. I'm looking forward to a lot of this stuff because he was quite into this stuff back in the day and very active on the FidoNet echoes for the CoCo. Next up, I'll let Tim explain this one here because it's actually, even though it's on the Geek with Social Skills YouTube channel, it kind of involves Tim. I will mute this and you guys will have to go watch the thing, but I'll just start playing the background. Tim, if you want to kind of explain what happened here.
So Brian Weisler found a Facebook post for me about a guy in my local area wanting to get rid of some CoCos. And I contacted him and drove out to his place, farm country out here in the Pacific Northwest. And he gave me a bunch of CoCos and some floppy drives and his entire collection. He was moving out of the area and he needed to clean out his place. And one of these CoCos was this CoCo 2. And I'm always trying to get more people into CoCoing. So my new friend Sean at the YouTube channel Geek with Social Skills, I offered if he'd like a barn find CoCo, something that he could clean up and get working, and he accepted it and made a lovely little video about him cleaning it up and getting it to work.
Okay, so I was under the mistaken impression this was one of yours, but it's not. It's just somebody you happened upon.
Something I happened upon. If you put out the good vibes, Curtis, the CoCos will come to you.
Apparently, I have horrible vibes.
Wow, that one's in rough shape.
Oh yeah. Now
you said there were several CoCos out there.
Yeah.
Were they all in this bad a shape, or were the other ones better?
Yeah,
kept?
they were all really bad.
So all literally stored in the barn.
All literally stored in the barn.
Do they work?
He had a.
Oops.
Oh, Tim froze.
But we did.
Disconnected. You still there, Tim?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. You cut completely off there.
So. He had some bad chips in there, but we got replacements, and everything worked out for the best. Don't want to spoil the video, but everything worked out.
So, just out of curiosity, how many machines did this guy have?
That's a low serial number.
Look at that serial number.
Yeah, it's nuts. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, and a first gen CoCo too.
He had 2 CoCo 2s, CoCo 1, and a Model 3.
Did you? I mean, I don't know if you want to reveal this or not, but do you remember the guy's name? Is it somebody we would have known in the CoCo community back in the day?
He's nobody I knew before I met him. I can't. Let's see. Since he publicly posted about it, and I can look it up within.
That's the one you told me about, Curtis.
Oh, is it?
I tried to get a hold of him, but he had already talked to Tim. So,
Mike.
Tim stole these from me.
Well, you'd had to come to America because it was the wrong Vancouver.
Yeah, no, it's not that far from me though.
So, well, Mike, what was his last name?
Tensvold. He's got a J in his name, like Bjork.
Okay, no, I don't recognize that name.
Yeah, he told me he was. He told me he was a former. He told me he was a former Radio Shack manager and like former from the late '80s. And when he left, he took a bunch of CoCo stuff.
I'm glad he rescued it, and then like you mentioned, like this one ends up working after some chip replacements. So
yeah,
I think it's cool that the no user serviceable parts sticker was made with a typewriter and reproduced. It's not professionally printed like all the other stickers on the bottom.
No, it's always good to have these ones that are rescued, and especially one with such a strange serial number. Like it's a fairly early run CoCo 2.
Oh, that's another thing. Every chip was socketed. Is that normal?
On the older
early
ones,
yeah.
Oh,
all the CoCo ones I have all socketed. So I wouldn't bow it
yeah,
out.
CoCo ones and the early CoCo 2s are all socketed. Then they started getting cheap.
Okay, all right then. I never.
Well, CoCo's got the reputation of being reliable.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that it had a bad 6809 and a bad SAM chip. Not sure what to do about that other than replace them.
Bad 6809 just means put a 6309 in.
Yeah, as we'll be getting into later when Ken's video comes up. Plug.
Yeah.
It's a really cool video. He kind of goes through and troubleshoots. He really cleaned it up well. I mean, you saw what it looked like before.
Yeah.
And that almost looks like pristine now. He hasn't cleaned the keyboard yet. But.
He's a retro brighter, so when summer comes around, he'll get that case in tip-top shape.
What? He doesn't have any sunshine where he is?
No, not where we are. No,
we have to pipe that in the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah,
it's expensive.
Get a heat lamp.
Looks like a nice TV.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, go watch the video. It's actually pretty cool. He's going to be doing a follow-up, obviously, when he goes to the retro brighting. I don't know, is he planning on a follow-up for the just playing around with it? Because I think it's new to Geek with Social Skills at CoCo, right?
Yeah, it's a new platform for him. I just want to say he's gone full board, and there's going to be some exciting videos coming up.
Oh, cool. So you're in regular contact with him now?
Yep. Yeah, we're friends.
Are you guys doing any collaboration videos of some sort?
Well, the big joystick one, he's in our giant joystick video.
At the end.
At the end, we don't have anything planned. I'm sort of asking for some help about some IBM. I have an IBM PC 5155, which is their luggable that they made with the XT.
Mm-hmm.
And he's getting me some floppy disks. And we're gonna do some gaming on that for the Sibling Rivalry show as well.
Oh, cool. Now, was he at the same game show that you guys were at, or did you meet him there?
He would have been. He had a family event that he had to go to that just was on the same weekend.
Family.
Yeah. He really missed out.
That's too bad. Hopefully he can make it the next one there.
Yep.
Doesn't IBM Portable have a plasma, not plasma, but an amber screen?
Yeah, it has a nice monochrome amber screen hooked up to a CGA composite.
Okay, yeah.
Monochrome.
Actually,
it's really pretty.
Fred Provence has a good suggestion in the chat here. We should invite him on the show. I think after he gets a chance to fiddle around with a CoCo, aside from just getting it up and running again here, we should have him on, see what new users' thoughts are.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll mention it to him.
Cool. Okay, the next is actually 3 videos by the same YouTuber. This is Jay's Vintage Junk. I like that name. So he did several. The first one here is called Pickups from Goulburn. Now, I should mention he's in the UK. We picked up several things, and he goes through a couple of things. Now, I fast forwarded 21 minutes in the video is because he picked up a CoCo 2, not a Dragon, a CoCo 2. So I'll play a little bit of that. This is just when he first got it.
Right. Now, this is the bit. I'm sure if you saw the start of my video, you was wondering, what's the thing in the box? What's he got in the box?
Nothing.
What's he picked up, which is computer related, that isn't that hard?
Where's the box?
From a vintage radio?
It was shown earlier in the video.
Oh.
Because he had a big box with some other boxes in it and some other stuff.
Just a minute. It's actually quite heavy, this. I've got a CoCo too.
It's because it has an extra U in the box.
Check this out. It's not.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a boxed CoCo 2. Yeah, the box is not in A1 condition, but it's still a
That's
box.
an understatement.
Really?
It's barely a box.
And they were sold in the UK.
Yep.
The CoCo 2s, that is.
Oh, that
I've actually
manual's got the wrong
I've actually
spelling.
got one of these because, believe it or not, I had a CoCo.
Well, it's a
back in
CoCo
the
1
90s,
manual because you can see it's the old
blue
chiclet
top.
keyboard on the front. It's not the CoCo 2 one.
Yeah.
But I did have a CoCo back in the 90s. I picked up from a car boot sale for a few pounds, not very much.
So we actually had a CoCo 2 before
I
from
had, like,
in the
2
UK, which is
games
fairly
for
rare
it
in
and
itself there
one
because the Dragon
joystick
definitely
which kind of,
outsold
like,
the CoCo
partially
2
worked.
in the UK.
Like I said, and I ended up messing about with it and fiddling about
Fast
with
forward a little bit here.
the original CoCo, because mine was a CoCo 1, like I said, with the horrible chiclet. And basically, this is what they had in America. Well, they had it over here as well, but this was Tandy's kind of like program this for the Dragon just to make a few changes and have it run on the CoCo. So we've got that.
So yeah, this first pickup here is basically an unboxing and kind of going through his history of having a CoCo, back in the 90s, as you mentioned, a CoCo 1, etc. And then he managed to pick this up at basically a little flea market style thing. So he goes through within that. Then he did a follow-up video where he kind of took it apart and he cleaned it up a little bit. And he was kind of going through and figuring stuff out. And he got it hooked up to the TV. He had to do the scanning because it's RF, of course, scanning channels to find it. And got up rank. He was impressed with the video quality, which I've never heard anybody say about the RF out before. So maybe his TV is actually just a really good quality one, and because there is no VHF channels anymore anywhere, that there's not as much interference. And it did actually look pretty good. And then he went to try to load some of the cassette tapes and stuff, like he showed in the previous video here, to try out some games and stuff, and he couldn't get it to work. That's because he'd forgotten that Clode and Clode M are two different things. If I remember correctly, the Dragon has one command that will load either basic or machine language programs. You don't have to remember different ones. And that's not the case in the CoCo, because you need C load for cassette-based basic games. You need C load M for cassette-based machine language games. So he kind of goes through and does a few brief things on it, but doesn't get any of the games to actually load. So he got some comments from people that kind of reminded him. So he did a third video where he actually goes through and starts playing some of the games with the proper syntax to load them in. So I'll just play a little clip of that, but he plays a few here.
On that side. Let's give this a quick try anyway.
He's actually got a Tandy cassette recorder, which is kind of cool for being in the UK. Can't imagine those were too common.
So again, it's C low down.
And it's a medium range model. It still says Radio Shack, but it's got the full travel keyboard.
Going to load. Now I won't bore you through watching this whole thing load. We'll see if it starts loading, and then I'll cut back once it's actually loaded, if it even does load.
Oh, Tom Eric's saying Clode and Clode M on the Dragon 2. I thinking the disk drive then had the option to do one command for both.
Let's see. We'll see if we can get a splash screen up, shall we? Because I think all the micro deal ones have that splash. There we go.
Now I have a comment question, I guess. Just listening to the cassette audio on here, most machine language games we got here usually had the one header, and then it would do the continuous data. This has those multiple headers, like it's split load. Like I know EdTasm sometimes created them that way, but most of the time people would resave them as one big load because it literally cut the loading time in half. But I noticed here it's like do it, one little block, and then do it, another little block. So it's the game is taking much longer to load than it really should if it's a contiguous single machine language program. For those of you, and Nick in particular, I guess, the original cassette version of EdTasm, I think, saved it with those multiple chunks. So I would assume that's probably why they just didn't bother to reload it.
Well, actually, I think it's a different. I think it's copy protection.
Oh, so you think they just kind of loaded little chunks to make it harder to copy? Maybe not contiguous or something?
Did I miss it, or did it auto start?
Well, it hasn't started yet. Here it's just loading. It loaded in the splash screen.
Okay, so that's probably why it's got a multi-segment so that it could load the video display in.
Well, that segment, but if you listen, it's doing a segment like literally every 128 or 256 bytes, like it's continuously doing multi.
You hear a leader every
Yep.
block. Okay, yeah, that might be edit SM doing that.
Yeah, I'll just play a little bit here. Because yeah, you would get a separate header when you switch from the screen to the actual load.
Watching this whole thing load, we'll see if it starts loading, and then I'll cut back once it's actually loaded, if it even does load. Although it looks like it's going to load. We'll see if we can get a splash screen up, shall we? Because I think all the micro deal ones have that splash. There we go.
Yeah, that's auto starting.
So I will.
Yeah, you're right, because it did it instantly. It didn't actually draw it on from a load.
So it's loading a graphic screen. It's loading a return buffer so that it doesn't take you back to the command prompt.
Yeah, but still, I think it's a combination of both, because normally you wouldn't do that many because it literally doubles the size of the load.
Yeah, doubles the timing. Yeah.
Anyway, he does that. He plays a few games, loads a few of them in, shows the original cassettes that they're based off. He's got 2 Cuthbert games and Walkabout and basically the Amadar clone and the Space Panic clone and one other one. So anyway, he gets it all up and running here and has a little bit of playthrough on them all, but using original hardware. And then at the very end of the video, he actually downloaded a sample game from the archive to test playing it from a PC as a WAV file and then looping it in the cassette, and that worked too, though he did find out it's a bit fussy on volume levels, as we all know, so he had to adjust it a little bit to get it to load without erroring out. So that was pretty cool. You kind of did this 3-day journey of getting the CoCo 2 back up and running here and loading in games to try. So definitely worth checking that out. Each video is about 20 to 30 minutes. This next one is actually timely, considering we saw some mention of the Codemex here from Brazil. So basically, this is a quick little demo by HeroDub2D on YouTube. I have no idea if I'm pronouncing that correctly. And this is the CD6809, which obviously you can see has some CoCo-ness to it, because it actually says Disk Extended Color Basic, and then has a little rainbow bar, but it also says Codemex copyright 1986 version 1, which is pretty late for a CoCo clone. Now, this is definitely a patched version of Basic, not just the splash screen like we're seeing here, which is obviously patched because it's quite different than the other ones, but it actually has some enhancements that our Basics generally don't. One thing is that it will accept lowercase letters for commands, which was kind of cool. So I'll just play a little bit. It's a 2-minute video clip just kind of showing some things here.
So you think this has the T1 chip on it?
No, I meant the inverse lowercase. Like if you type in a command like run in lowercase on a CoCo 2, it just gives you a syntax error because it only recognizes uppercase stuff.
Right.
But yeah, CLS in lowercase, list in lowercase, it all works. Typing in up or next in lowercase all works. That's something we never had in any of the CoCos. So it just as a quick little demo, basically just showing you, basic running some floating point stuff. So. Anyway, I thought it was kind of neat because I've seen Codemex before, and they mentioned it at the Brazil show too. I did know that it was basically a CoCo clone with a customized splash screen from the basic ROMs and stuff, but I had no idea it accepted lowercase code. So this is not one of the ones where they just patched the splash screen and called it a day. They actually did do some improvements on the ROMs too. So. And Tim, is this something you've thought about doing on some of your new basics that you've been doing that expand the amount of memory free? That's to do some little patches like this, or because you kind of shot compatibility out the window by moving all the code around. So
adding lowercase ability to Squanchy Basic is part of the thing. Mainly making it even smaller. Trying to figure out ways to make it even more tight. That's
okay, so you're going more for shrinking the code than worrying about extra features.
Keeping all of the features that it has and shrinking the code.
Okay.
So in the chat, Phantom 8-Bit says that the tokenizer just converts to uppercase.
That's how you do it.
So like OS 9, preserve but ignore.
Yep.
Yeah. So cool little video, and like I said, timely considering Erico actually mentioned Codemex when he was on the show earlier from the Brazilian retro show. Next up, I'll mention that the CoCo crew has released their next episode. Came out on Halloween Day, I think it was. And a highlight for this one here is they actually interviewed Ian Maverick from Australia, of course. And if Nick is on here at the moment, he can tell me where in Australia, because I can't remember where Ian's from. But Ian actually manufactures hardware for all of the TRS-80s, including the CoCo. He actually manufactures R32 packs. If you want to get some of those, you can order them directly from him. And of course, he was at Tandy Assembly, so they actually interviewed him in person while he was at Tandy Assembly. And most of the interview is about Tandy Assembly and organizing it, because he's one of the main guys. He runs the auction, etc. So if you want some information on either Tandy Assembly or Ian himself, and some of the stuff that he's done on the CoCo and the Tier City communities and Tandy Assembly in general, it's a good interview to listen to. So you can go check that out. And that's an empty tab for some reason. Okie dokie. So Ken, you want to explain exactly what you did in this video, and then I'll just do this one little bit about the kilowatt hours and temperatures here.
Well, mostly I just found a reason to play with my temperature probe.
That's the entire explanation.
No, after doing the video about whether it was worth it putting a 6309 in a CoCo 1 or 2, I did have a couple of people say that not worth it unless you're specifically designing for the 6309, designing programs. So I thought, well, I'll actually show the proof of the fact that it is good for these old computers to have a 6309 in them rather than the 6809. So I ran a couple of experiments.
Okay.
Of basically just turn the computer on for an hour, either having it idle or executing code with both the 6309 and the 6809, and tested out their temperature and the amount of power they used.
And I have to say, like, the amount of power used, and I'll play it in just a second here so you can kind of see the results of that part of the experiment. But the kilowatt hours, it looks like a very small difference, but you got to take into consideration he's measuring the power draw of the entire computer, all the RAM, the SAM, VDG, PIAs, support chips. The fact that it's different at all just from replacing the CPU alone, and it's, if we go by percentage wise, it's actually a fairly substantial amount. The temperature is what surprised me, though. I do know it run cooler because I've had both chips in mine, and I put my finger on it just to feel what it's right like when it's running a game or something like that. But the temperature difference you found, which we'll let the little video here explain, it was a lot more than I was expecting, to be honest.
Yeah, me too, actually.
So we'll play that for you now. And then I also mentioned, I won't play it as part here. You can watch the video yourselves. But basically at the very end, he also goes into the fact that if you're programming under OS 9 and you get Nitrous 9 for the 609 level 1, basically you get speed ups built into every program you do that you don't have to do any effort. And Basic 9 itself has been optimized now somewhat for 609. There's more optimizations coming. So this is going to keep increasing in speed depending on what you're doing. But you're already getting, basically you can take the exact same source code, not change a single character in it, and you will get a speed up immediately just running it in the 609 version of Nitrous 9 without having to change your code. And there's more of that coming, so it'll get faster and faster as time progresses. But we'll let you actually watch the video for that. But I'll play the little bit here, kind of showing what the results were, because it was surprising to me. And I'll let you hardware guys, maybe you guys already all knew this and have measured this stuff yourselves, but this is the first time I've actually seen anybody report the actual temperatures in kilowatt hours.
All right, let's look at the results of these experiments. Really, there's two tests that I did here. Either the computer was idle or it was executing code. So while the computer was idle, the 6309 used 0.010 kilowatt hours of power, and the 6809 used 0.011 kilowatt hours. Now that doesn't seem like a lot, but when you consider this is the overall usage of power in the computer, that's everything on the board, and there is actually a rise of about 10% there, so that's actually quite significant. The temperature for the 6309 was 25 degrees Celsius or 77 degrees Fahrenheit. 6809 was 46 degrees Celsius or 115 degrees Fahrenheit. That is a significant rise in temperature. Now, while executing code, the 6309 was at 0.011 kilowatt hours, and the 6809 was at 0.012. Again, that's a rise of about 8%. That's fairly significant. And the temperature was around 25 degrees Celsius, which is 77 degrees Fahrenheit on the 6309, and the 6809 was 49 degrees Celsius or 120 degrees Fahrenheit. Again, a significant rise in temperature.
Like literally double. Now, this is something that a few people on the preview on the panel here had mentioned that this might be a good discussion topic to kind of expand on it with some of the hardware gurus and stuff on here too. So first of all, for the hardware guys like Rick, etc., is this like expected results for you, or does this surprise you, the amount of difference it made, especially on the temperature side of things, and the fact that it it added the 100th kilowatt hour, like 8%, with just changing the CPU, and then you're measuring the draw of the entire board?
Well, first unit conversion, so 10 watts, 10 watt hours, so 10 watts over an hour or 11 watts over an hour is quite a bit if all you've done is change that one little chip. Wow. I mean,
well, if you want some more heat, throw a Tandy memory upgrade in it.
well, exactly. Well, and there's your missing 2 watts is in that 120 degrees. You burn 2 more watts, you're running it 120 degrees instead of 77 degrees. You haven't done anything more. In fact, you've done less, but you're making lots of warm, toasty heat. Keep your coffee warm.
So basically, use the 6809 in the wintertime if you live in Canada, but use the 6309 in the summer.
Yeah, because with built-in cooling, you don't need a fan. You just hang the CoCo out the back window, open when it's minus 40.
Or it also helps heat your house.
Yeah.
Well, you know.
But the power draw for me was a bit of a surprise. I know it's 1/10 the power, and when it's idle, it's 100th the power. That's the way the 639 was designed. That was one of its main selling points. If you look at the original Hitachi catalogs from 1985. So I was expecting the power to be a bit lower. That was a bit more than I was expecting for the whole CoCo, though. That shows how much it's actually drawing less. But the temperature is a big surprise for me. Like the idle one, I mean, it's running basic. It's powering the cursor. It's doing timers and stuff. So it's not totally idle.
Yeah.
But it's just doing minimal. The test you did where you actually do the code running was done just a Dagrath running its standard demo. So it's doing some sound. It's doing some graphics, etc. And actually, the 609 didn't change temperature at all doing that. It just ran the exact same. Yet the 6809 went up 5 degrees just doing that, which was a bit of a surprise. I wasn't I knew there'd be a difference between the two CPUs. I did not know there'd be that much of a difference of actually running more active code versus non-active code, or less active code, I should say. That would go up.
You've got more electricity running through it if it's running active code, so it's gonna.
Well, like I said, basic is still doing some active code. I mean, it's rotating the colors of the cursor and interrupt handling and timer handling and all that kind of stuff. Like, it's not just sitting there doing nothing. So obviously it's busier doing Dagrath, of course, but, driving sound chips, etc. But I was surprised at the temperature increase of just doing that.
Were you using the cart for the Dagrath?
Yes.
So doesn't that draw more, do you think, than if it was from the SDC?
That 2 watts is all 2 watts an hour is all out of the chip, out of the CPU. It's got to be.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the bottom there, Ron, the bottom 2 rows, that's both with the Dagrath cartridge, 609 and 6809.
Okay.
And so that extra, I mean, and was it almost? You haven't quite doubled the temperature, but you could probably get there if you ran a hard enough benchmark.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd be interested to see like what this does with a CoCo 3 running at full double speed. I'd be interested at that. Are we going to get results similar? Is it going to be more pronounced?
Can you warm your coffee?
Actually, there's a couple of things that would be interesting to see is with Pedro's, like with his motherboards that he made for the CoCo 2 replacement and the CoCo 3.
Or just with the pepper chip.
Well, the thing I'm thinking of is he's got the SRAM upgrade for the one model of CoCo 2s. And then you replace the PIAs because Western Design has a CMOS version of those chips, which are the W65C21s. And it would be interesting to see how much lower the power consumption would be and the temperature of even them would be.
Yeah. And Hitachi did make some of the PIEs and stuff. They made low power CMOS versions of them too that are actually in the Hitachi catalog, like 6821, 6822s. So
I actually have one.
Does the color computer use more energy with a disk controller in or a SDC in? Do you know?
Yeah, a little more.
All the same.
Now the
relatively
a lot of chips.
Well, every chip that you add, it has its own power consumption. So, and you also have to consider transistor states, especially when you're dealing with the way transistors are laid out in chips. When they change state, they can consume power. So that's a lot of things that you have to take into account.
The state of a CoCo, though, is almost all of its power is used internally. You can get away with a disk controller or maybe an Orchestra 90. Beyond that, you need a multi-pack with its own power supply to throw more power on the fire here because you're already making all the heat you can. Just kind of the way the CoCo runs.
Yeah. Just some comments in the chat here, kind of following along here. So Rocky Hill says the pepper board will make it run cooler too, which is kind of confirming what David said. Phantom 8 James Diffendapper mentions the 639 uses a new die process and also CMOS instead of NMOS. Mark Siegel had a comment. Does not surprise me that the 639 is a die reduction. That's why it can run faster. The CMOS also as well as, of course, lower power. And it was built for low power. I mean, that was one of its design goals. I mean, Hitachi made the HD6809 too, which is their clone, literal NMOS clone, second source basically of the original Motorola chip, which basically has no advantages over the Motorola chip at all, except you could order it from Hitachi if Motorola was out. The 639 was kind of like a redesign for low power environments. And that was the main advertising thing, because of course they didn't tell anybody about all the extra registers and commands. So James Diffenapper also says the WDC chips, these are the ones that Dave was talking about, may not function identically. I don't know enough about those versions of the 6821s to say if that's correct or not. I have no idea.
Well, from the conversations I had with Pedro is he's been having no issues running those 65C21s because that's what he's been using in his pre-production CoCo 3 boards. So it's like,
and he hasn't hit any compatibility issues or anything with that?
Not that he mentioned. So,
and Brian Walsh saying, if you take the halt line low, wouldn't you get a true idle? I do know there's two idle states or two low power states that are stated in the Hitachi 6309 manual. And the first one is the 10th of the power, just running everything. There's also a certain wait for an interrupt, like a CWA guy command, where basically the thing goes into a super low power. It's 100th of the power consumption while it's waiting for an interrupt. Then it wakes up to the 10% whenever an interrupt comes in to service it. So it's actually meant for really low power environments or one where you need a battery to last a long time. Tom Eric Anderson says he's got two of his Dragons have Hitachi 6809s, not 6309s, but right from the factory, from Dragon itself. So they were using Hitachi as a second source. Now, if you look at the Wikipedia page, I think that whoever wrote the Wikipedia articles had some confusion. The HD 6809, the Hitachi duplication of the actual NMOS Motorola design, came out in 1982. And the Hitachi 639 came out in 1985. I actually have a copy, PDF of the entire catalog for Hitachi. It's like 600-700 pages long of all their chips. And the 6309 is listed in there as a kind of a sneak preview. Here's what's coming up type thing. So the Wikipedia page is wrong because it claims the 609 came out in 82 and it did not. It came out in 85. And Fujitsu actually, I think, was the first people that started really using it. And that was in October of 1985. So the 1982 they're claiming is actually the 6809, not the 609. Oh, I was going to ask you, Ken, because one thing you didn't mention on the video, when you get to your little Basic 9 fractal Mandelbrot set demo at the end there, you kind of sped it up to see, how much time it took. What was the exact times between the two? It was how much of a difference?
Let's see. The 6309 was 72 minutes and 55 seconds, and the 6809 was 90 minutes and 25 seconds.
So in that particular case, I took an hour and a half on the CoCo or on the 6809 version, but it took
an hour and 12 minutes to an hour and 13 minutes on the 6309. So,
a goodly difference.
Yeah.
And there's still more optimizations to be done for Basecon in particular. So yeah, that's we'll have to revisit those after we do some more level 1 stuff and Basecon stuff. So anyway, it's a really good video to watch. He actually goes through showing you the scopes and running stuff too. So you can see that he's not lying. So did you just receive these things for measuring the kilowatt hours and the temperatures?
No, I've had the temperature probe for a while. I've just never really, I've used it a bit here and there to test to see if chips are running hotter than other chips, but never used it in anything like this. And when I decided to do this, I just ordered off Amazon a power meter so that I could test how much power it's using. I've wanted one anyways, just to be able to see how much certain things are running.
It's kind of amazing.
I guess really, if you want to know what the CPU's actual power consumption would be, is make a special adapter where the VCC goes through a multimeter in the milliamp range and actually record how many milliamps is constantly used, and then go, this is the average.
Right, but RAM excess isn't really going to change much. I bet that whole 2 watts there is just that little 6809 working its butt off.
Yeah. Now, I will mention another comment in the chat here from James Dippendafter. He says the 6003, that's the Hitachi advanced version of the 6803 that the MC10 uses, has a sleep mode. Not sure about the 639. So I'm not sure what he means by sleep mode, but I thought I'll share this. Let me change my screen share to a different spot. Okay, so this here is the actual 1985 manual for the 6309, which of course doesn't mention any of the new registers and commands and stuff because they weren't allowed to. But you'll see here it features. It says it has low power consumption mode, sync and CWA instructions. Now that's the one where it actually drops down to 1/100th of the power and waits for an interrupt to come in either through the sync or the clear and wait for interrupt instruction. And then normally it's running at 1/10 the power. So it goes really low. I'm not sure if that's what he means, because it basically is putting the CPU kind of asleep until an interrupt happens. I don't know if it's the same as the 603 he's talking about, so I'll have to wait for him to respond in chat to let me know. And of course, here it mentions that you can get 2.5 and 3 megahertz. And here's the HD6809. So these are the actual clones, and these are just exactly the same as a Motorola chip. So those are 2 completely different chips, and they were done 3 years apart. But if you go through the entire Motorola catalog, they've got 6820, or no, sorry, Hitachi catalog, they got 6821, 6822s, and a bunch of the other support chips are in there as well. So they made a bunch of different versions. They basically almost became a second source for Motorola 8-bit chips. Anyway, any further discussions that anybody wants to do on Ken's video? Because that was one of the ones that was brought up in the pre-show discussion topic thing. If not, I can continue with the rest of the news. Going once, going twice. Souls. Okay, so back to the regular news here. I'll just take a quick look in the chat, see if there's any. So James is saying, by sleep mode, there's actually an instruction that puts the 6803 to sleep until there's an interrupt, and that's basically what I understand the sync and the CWA is kind of doing that, maybe not quite exactly the same. Mark says most of the time you have to execute an instruction to cause it to sleep. And then James says it probably does the same thing, so sounds similar, which makes sense. I mean, Hitachi did both versions of those 2 chips we're talking about, so. Anyway, thanks for the discussion on that. We'll get on to the next one. So this is from J for 80s, which I'm assuming is the time period he likes computers from, just like most of us do. And he just acquired an MC10. So we did a quick little 1-minute video just kind of showing that it's working and stuff. I won't play the video. You guys can check it out. but he has it hooked up to a TV, and of course it works. He types in some little basic stuff there, make sure the keyboard, etc., works, and it does. So another MC10 into a new user's hands.
And it's not yellow.
Yeah, it's not yellow. Now this one, I wish I could play the whole thing. You guys should definitely check this out. So of course we had Richard Harding and Tim Gilberts and Duncan Smead and a bunch of the others from the Dragon 40th anniversary show in Port Talbot in Wales. We got a quick little camera run around from Richard, etc. This is kind of like the professionally edited and no bandwidth issues because it's just live local recordings that Tim Gilbert's put together. It's 22 minutes long of the entire Dragon thing, and it covers stuff like playing Ghost Rush, visiting the old Dragon factory, etc. here. So it's a really good video. I'll play a little bit just to kind of give you a feel for it, but you guys should definitely go and check out the entire video if you watched our live coverage from there, because this kind of like summarizes it really well and shows some stuff we didn't get a chance to see on the live show. So I'll play a little bit of that.
I was lucky enough to attend the Dragon's 40th birthday meetup weekend in Port Talbot recently, and this is a quick look around the place, the events and the people. What was a fun-packed weekend. Hope you enjoy.
Actually, there's a kind of a stop motion almost on the trip on the way there. We'll skip ahead till they actually get to the show.
Yeah, there we go. So we got the.
Oh, you got the.
Yeah, that's the original. That's the original one.
Because in there is the original article about how to write text adventure games.
Okay. Cool. Ken Reed's article, yeah.
And that was what Tim's friend, forget his name now.
Graham,
yeah, he based the original Quill
adventure writing system on it.
Yeah, on that article.
Okay. And that's obviously how we published it first. In that,
may I?
Yeah, it's very fragile, mine. So be careful.
I'm gonna fast forward a little bit here. Now this I did want to show you guys.
And that's
I think this is the one I'm thinking of.
Okay, 68.
Oh no, not yet. He also has these little captions you can read too, so where he doesn't interfere with the conversations that is recording that are taking place, but you can actually get some background information on it. So it's very, very well presented. Nice work, Tim, on doing that. There's Duncan with his Dragon Alpha.
Well, it's well versed around.
Which reminds me a bit of the CoCo 4 case.
Because it's from those anecdotes as people speak. The small nuggets of information that were lost, where they come from. Yeah, because the thing is,
Some more prototype stuff. Now this next bit is actually pretty interesting.
Why have you got a scanner? And what is that?
So this is the only known copy of Microsoft 609 Basic.
Really?
In the world.
In this room here now in front of me?
Yeah, in this room, yeah. This was printed out 40 years ago by Duncan.
And you're going to...
part of his work at Dragon Daily.
So that's your task for these 2 days now, is to scan that in?
Is to scan that in so that Microsoft can then preserve this and publish it on GitHub.
Well done, that man.
Have the other basics.
And you're doing it where your aunt lived?
Yeah.
So anyway, what he's holding there, in case you didn't quite catch it from the background noise and stuff, is this is an original printout of the original commented, original source code of Microsoft Basic for the CoCo and the Dragon. So all the labels that Microsoft use will be intact. It's not a disassembly like the stuff from Spectral Associates that most of us use, the Unraveled series. So that's pretty historical. And as far as they know, and as far as I've ever heard, this is the only listing still intact from that time period. Like nobody else that has this. And they were scanning it all weekend. He took 2 days. He's got it scanned. He'll be uploading it because I guess Microsoft is actually releasing some of their old 8-bit source codes on their GitHub, I guess it is. And so we will actually be able to finally see, the comments from Microsoft versus the comments from Spectral, which was a reverse disassembly, reverse engineering, it same as we did with Nitrous 9 type thing. So that I'm really looking forward to seeing. And of course, from my understanding, and Tim, you probably know more about it than I, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that Microsoft made their basics with some sort of cross compiler tool or cross assembler tool. So they had a basic core that all the different 8-bit machines shared, and then they had specific bits for 6809, 652s for different types of hardware, et cetera.
Yeah, they had the original BASIC that they wrote, and then when they needed to port it to another architecture, they ran it through a program that would do a conversion to the platform that they wanted, and then they hand tweaked it to make it work.
Yeah. So I'm really looking forward to seeing this. I mean, I probably won't do much with it because I don't do much programming in regular basic anymore, but I just want to see the original source, to see how Microsoft actually was programming back in those days. And from my understanding, I think Bill Gates himself did a couple of routines that are in there. So that would be interesting to see too.
Yeah, a while ago there was a deload specification released back in the 90s, and it had someone's name on it from Microsoft who I thought did the conversion. Oh man, I'm so sad for not remembering.
It was
that.
Mark Sham something, CHAM. I have it. I can look it up.
Anyway, I'd be interested to see if his name's in there.
Yeah, so I mean, as soon as they get this posted up there, I definitely am going to go check this out. That's a bit of history. Like most people had claimed, and I think it was even mentioned in the chat here, that basically everybody thought the source code was completely lost forever. Like it just didn't exist anymore. It's kind of like Boise mentioned during his interview that the original 6809 OS9 gimmicks 8-inch discs and the machine itself were taken out and shot on a target range because somebody was gun happy that day or whatever and bored, which is silly to me. I mean, I would have preserved that kind of stuff first before doing it, but it sounds like it has been found, and it's an original printout from like 1980, 82 or whatever year this particular version was. So I'm really curious to see what they find there. A couple comments in the chat here. Definitely some other people are excited about it too. Alan is, James Diffendapper is. Alan even mentioned even Microsoft has said that after a number of queries, because a few people like Barry Nelson, some others have been asking about it, and they said it's lost. We don't have it anymore. So the fact that somebody actually did find it is awesome.
Yeah, the person who prepared the deload communication protocol was Mark L. Chamberlain. And I've always assumed he also did the majority of the work on let's call it for what it is, a transcode for the 6809 basic.
Okay. And then Mark Siegel saying in the chat, he said there were very few comments in that source code. I had it for a while. It was an octal, which would make some sense because in the 70s that was much more common.
Basic 65 was an octal as well. And Basic 65 was the core that started Basic 68 and Basic 69.
Okay. And then James also mentions the MC10 basic has the name of the coder in it as well for the 6803. So anyway, there's a ton of other stuff they cover in here. I'm not going to cover it all. There's some stuff that we did not see during the show. In addition to this is just one of them. So this is definitely a video you guys should check out. I like I said, I wish we had the time to sit here for half an hour and go through the whole thing because there's a lot of cool stuff there. But
we'll have a watch party on Discord later, Curtis, just for you.
Oh no, I've seen it already twice, so I'm good. But
this kind of reminds me of when they found the Apollo guidance computer source code and started getting that logged in.
Yeah.
That had been thought to have been lost, and then they finally found a big giant copy of it and started scanning it.
Now I'm going to show a couple little bit more here without going into a lot of the other hardware and software stuff they showed everybody. So one is when they took the trip to the actual old Dragon building, and there's Chris Poacher actually holding his Dragon 32 in front of the old Dragon building.
A memento if you
Oh, look!
Isn't it awesome?
Oh, I made the pilgrimage, Ken Figel.
Here they're showing these special buttons they made for those that actually went to go visit the old factory, because that's where it is. Thought that was cool.
Yeah, you see where the main entrance used to be? Yeah. They've extended up this great court. Yeah, and there's the dragon, the big dragon data set. Yeah, I think you can still see the footings from the original sign there.
Yeah.
And to get us on the corner here.
So that was cool. And an Amazon Prime truck in the back. Might be delivering dragons, who knows?
Could only hope.
And then I wanted to show, like, we knew that Ghost Rush was going to be the Dragon version of Ghost Rush was going to be the game challenge for the show itself. So
it's pin 12. You want to take it after the resistance.
This reminds me of CoCo Fest. People gathered around fixing hardware.
Well done, Matt. Congratulations. An absolutely lovely prize from Agent N. An amazing prize.
I think you'll find that you're like, you're forgetting about the dragon green. You can just glance at that.
Absolutely on your wall. Well done, mate.
Perfect.
I thought that was a pretty good quote unquote trophy for the winner of the game, because this was like hand sewn, if I remember, or I don't know if it was cross stitch or something like that. Yeah,
I thought it was beads that were glued together. I thought it was bead art.
Oh,
Was it? Because I remember that he was showing it in progress in the Dragon group on Facebook.
Like
I can't remember
field of beads.
Yeah, they have sticky backs.
Yeah, I think
you put them on one
you're
at a
right.
time.
Yeah, sorry, you're right. Yeah. Now I'm remembering it. I just remember seeing it in progress. You'd see like part of the picture rendered already, but not all of it. A lot of work, but and actually the ironic thing was the guy that won it's a Spectrum guy that just came along for the ride for the show, basically. So maybe they've converted him by now. I don't know.
I was about to say he's probably got a dragon in his future now.
It is an addiction.
Bring it on. Jump in the community. It's awesome.
Yeah, it is. And then my last story for this week is a bit of an update of Julian Brown, who's doing what Pedro's doing for the CoCo. He's doing the Dragon 32 duplicate motherboard. He's had some issues where there was one piece of the software that he presumed was going to be doing something by default that didn't. So it actually screwed up the last batch of 5 boards he got, but he's been kind of working his way around it. So he gave a bit of an update here in midweek, where he's actually getting all the sockets putting in some of the chips, etc. A little more updates here where he did a bit of extra soldering during his lunch break at work. And that's the last update he's done. So I don't know if he's gotten to the point of actually trying it yet. Hopefully we'll see a result of that soon to see if he's actually on the right track to get these duplicate motherboards made. Because then, like Pedro's doing, once we run out of motherboards of the original ones, we'll actually have a way to manufacture and make these computers again. So, and that is the end of the news for this week.
Curtis?
Oh.
Wake up.
Curtis, another fantastic job.
A fantastic what?
Job.
Oh, thank you.
Well, anything else left?
Is Kieran on the dialing in? Oh, dialing in. Is he on the chat? Is he on the chat? All right. I was just wondering, chat. Kieran, I need to talk to you about game testing. So
the fun part of programming.
Yeah, fun. I don't know if he's on Discord or what. So
I haven't been checking the chat as often as I should be, but
he's known as Sixy on Discord.
Oh, Sixy. Okay, maybe that's why I can't.
It's also on YouTube as Sixy.
Yeah. I don't see him on the YouTube chat though. Is he there?
He's been in the chat earlier.
Yeah, scroll back a little bit.
Okay.
He's just down there, he says.
Oh yeah, there he is. I'm just about here, he says.
So British.
So Sixy, anyway, reach out to Nick or Nick reach out to Sixy on the Discord.
Yes, Sixy. Okay, I'll either send him an email or send me an email, and just so we can, if he's interested in doing some game testing for me.
Plus some emulator testing too, because I think you were.
Well, yeah, there's one or two issues there, but nothing serious.
Yeah, because you're getting close to the finish line at this point, aren't you?
Yeah, basically, I'm up to the point where I've got to make sure it works on a dragon.
Noble goal.
I haven't got a dragon, so I got no idea from here on.
So, do we send money yet?
No, not yet. No, you can send money. I mean, I won't say no, but
you won't get anything for this money. This is just
right. Yeah,
a free lunch for Nick. But...
yeah, I'm up to the dragon stage, so basically, I just need some expertise in that area. So I figured Sixy will help me then.
Well, he knows the dragon inside out, and obviously he knows extra because he wrote
it.
So.
Yeah, and I haven't got a contact for him. That's all.
You do now.
Yeah.
He says, sure, I suck at playing games, but I like fixing emulator bugs and can do Dragon.
I figured, yeah. Is he on Discord? Are you on Discord? 60?
He's on Discord as Sixy as well, yes.
Okay, so I'll do a search for that next time because I couldn't find him by his real name.
That's why I use my real name because that confuses me too. I'll forget, somebody's weird ass handle, or they might have names? 5 of them or whatever. Like multiple personality people like David Ladd,
Mr. Creepy.
No, that's not one of his ironic.
Here he comes. Here he comes.
Would you like some more commentary from me?
David, what all channels on YouTube? Like, what different names do you have on there? Just out of curiosity.
Creepy 1, Creepy 2.
Well, Well, let's see here. So my original one was the CoCoTALK. Then I got Drencore. Then I've got my Dave's Hobbies. Then I got another Drencore. Then I got another CoCoTALK.
Dave, please start talking about floppies quick. And then
no, don't trigger him. You're gonna trigger him.
Shut up.
Drivewire.
And then I think I got Cats and Sheep.
Okay,
you probably don't want to watch that one.
No.
This is why I don't use handles for stuff like that. You know,
no, I'm kidding.
But you do have Drencore, you do have CoCoTALK, you do have Dave's Hobbies. So the only one that I could possibly remember that's yours is Dave's Hobbies.
Yeah, it's just those three actually. It's
I do understand the reason a lot of people, especially if you're trying to not be tracked all over the web type thing. Well, first of all, if you have a smartphone, it's probably too late. But I do understand it somewhat. But for hobbyist stuff like this, I much prefer knowing like the real names to the real faces. But that's me.
Yeah, well, sometimes when you're doing games, especially like the first-person shooters or the MMOs, you have a real problem with these kids that don't like to lose, and they do this swatting crap. So you have to try to hide your real identity. Otherwise, they call the cops saying that you're holding someone hostage, and then the SWAT team comes in and raids your house.
You're speaking from experience here, David?
No, but that is a problem.
We've heard stories.
Are we ready for the outro now?
I think so, unless anybody's got anything to add. We've had a few people like Sloopy's popped in here, so I don't know if he has some project update or acquisition you want to talk about because he wasn't on that part of the show.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I'll show next week. There was
no special guests, no special event happening next week, so it'd be a good time to fill in some time.
Oh,
yes. Got to make that 4-hour mark. So.
Yeah. And I feel attacked, just so you know.
How do you feel attacked, Sloopy?
People who don't use their real name.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I got my nickname in real life, and people have called me this since 1984. So
nickname would be okay, but I'm sure no random strangers just walked up to Dave Ladd. Hey, Drencore.
Actually, I got recognized as Sloopy at VCF Midwest by someone who used to read my basic column in an Atari magazine. Didn't know me from anywhere else, but remembered me from a basic column I did in an Atari magazine back in the early 90s.
Yeah, no, nicknames make some sense because it's like you said, if you've been known by that by childhood. I mean, all my nicknames are derogatory, so I never used any of them. But
yeah, well, it would also probably helped because when I was in high school and got my nickname, I hung out with 2 other people named Chris. So
yeah,
we hung out. As in,
but when you pick weird things like CoCoTALK or Drencore or like
I've always had a nickname.
Yeah, my parents gave me my first nickname when I was a child, but I'm not allowed to repeat it here because good taste prevents it.
I think Nick has been waiting for years to do that joke.
Yeah, but I wonder about these people that use their middle name and have their first initial. And then you have to go and do like
that's like serial killers and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, what's up with
so
that?
Don't mess with us, I guess is what we're trying to say.
Don't worry. It's easy to get a whole bunch of bleach.
Hey, I live in a farming community.
Actually, in my case, it's Irish tradition because that's just every second generation names the same first name. So if you want to tell the difference between people, you have to go by your middle name. So
yeah, sort of like in my family, my youngest brother is a junior.
Waylon in the chat says he's seen tech channels get swatted.
Yeah,
I've seen game players. I've never seen a tech channel get swatted, except for us when we had that when Zoom was wide open at the beginning of the pandemic when we had the racists and stuff come blazing in.
Yeah, I've seen a couple.
So Sloopy, if somebody says, "Hang on," are you waiting for your name? You're waiting? From the song.
Return from
I got it.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard that once or twice.
just on the show today.
Yeah, and I've also
I get
heard,
Nick off quite a lot.
I've been asked if I'm a boat. I've been asked if I know the Beach Boys.
Do you?
I've seen them in concert.
Yep, so have I.
And people online have asked if I'm male or female.
Yeah, because that doesn't really identify. It's like Drencore. Like, what the heck is that? Is that
That's
a,
a
is that a name
prelude
of a
to a
bug
later
or
question.
something? I don't know.
Well, most common sources for it are female. So,
Well, now that you brought up the whole boats and Beach Boys things, I can't think but Sloop off Malibu and
yeah. Well, the reason
Island now.
Yeah, well, I got my first name because I needed a nickname, and a friend of mine was a comic book artist, and he made characters, and your characters needed first, middle, last name. And I got the name Malibu because when I was a teenager, I used to love the '66 Chevelle Malibu.
There you go.
Yeah.
So,
anyway, if nobody has any more CoCo related stuff to talk about, we'll probably end the show here. And Sleepy, you'll have a presentation next week. It sounds like.
Yeah, I have a few things to show off that I got.
Okay. Well, I definitely have more time to do it then because there's, like I said, there's no special guests. There's no special events happening. We're covering live or anything. A big thank you to Erico and Luciano and the rest in Brazil there for giving us a bit of a tour of the retro show in Brazil. It looks like a really awesome show, busy as hell. They have to get a bigger venue next year, which it sounds like they've already kind of booked, kind of like we had to go through too a little bit, Coco Fest. So, and really cool seeing some of those other ones like that. Was that 1600? I can't remember the preview, but that was one I've never seen or heard of before.
NX,
yeah. And they said it's one of only 5 still known in existence. That's pretty cool. So without further ado, Mark, if you want to roll the outro, I think we're done for today's episode.
This concludes another episode of CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer, MC10, and Dragon systems. For all things CoCoTALK, visit us on the web at CoCoTALK.live. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to CoCoTALK@CoCoTALK.live. Consider supporting the show with a purchase of merchandise from our retro swag shop at 8bit256.com. If you'd like to become a patron of the show, click on the Patreon link on our website, CoCoTALK.live. CoCoTALK would not exist without the community, its cast, crew, and contributors. Thanks go to Alan Murphy, Amigos Retro Gaming, Bill Noble, Brian Joyce, Brian Weaver, Curtis Boyle, D. Bruce Moore, Danny O'Connor, David Ladd, Eric Canales, George Jansen, Grant Leedy, James Diffendapper, Jason Reichert, Jim Brain, Ken Reichert, Ken Waters, Mark Bosley, Mark Overholzer, Mikey Furman, Mr. Dave 6309, Nick Marentes, Nick Marotta, Nick Marotta, Nick Marotta, Paul Fiscarelli, Richard Lorbieski, Rick Adams, Rick Hewlin, Rob Inman, Ron Delvaux, Samuel Gimes, Sloopy Malibu, Steve Bjork, Terry Steggy, Tom C., and many, many more. Please help support the CoCo community. A list of various contributors and resources are available at imacoconut.com. That's IMACOCONUT.com. The original CoCoTALK theme song is copyright 2008 by D. Bruce Moore and Greg Sheeler. The new CoCoTALK theme song is copyright 2020 by D. Bruce Moore. Both are mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. CoCo forever!
Okay, we're done.
Is this the end?
Bye.
Goodbye, everybody.
See you all next week.
Bye.
Run away fast.
Thank you for joining us, everyone. I'm so glad you was able to join us. Please stick around.